The third victim, Disc 10.
So we have one possible scenario, Rainie summarized. Avalon wanted to end things with van der Zanden. He retaliated by arranging her murder, disguised as a school shooting, which involved intimidating Danny into being his cover, wiping all lab computers clean to cover his tracks, and sneaking in and out of his office to do the actual crime. She frowned. It's elaborate, but not impossible. Give him a 6, Sanders said. He has motive and opportunity. The van der Zandens only have a .22 rifle registered in their name, but it's not impossible to get your hands on an unregistered gun. I mean, as long as you're climbing out your office window, why not stop at the street corner for a black market semi-auto? Point taken, Rainie observed dryly. She was about to turn to Luke when Quincy interrupted. What about Mrs. van der Zanden? What about her? Sanders asked. Any evidence that she knew about the affair? Neighbors report any tension in the marriage? For once, the super-efficient detective was caught off guard. I'd have to get back to you on that. Rainie was impressed. So Sanders wasn't all-knowing after all. Who would have thought? She returned to their rundown of current suspects. Luke, bring Sanders up to date on Daniel and Angelina Avalon. Luke turned to Sanders. He didn't have notes or handouts, and his expression made it clear he thought Sanders' color-coded binders were a deep-seated cry for help. Angelina Avalon is Melissa's stepmom, Luke reported off the top of his head. Her real mom died during childbirth. Daniel waited 13 years to remarry, and Quincy thinks he was having inappropriate relations with his daughter. Incest? Sanders asked incredulously. Bingo, Luke said. Daniel Avalon gets a weasel factor of 15, if you ask me. Unfortunately, he currently has an alibi. What kind of alibi? Important business meeting. 2 clients vouching for his time. One possibility is maybe he hired someone to do it, but I don't know. Mr. Avalon has a hunting cabin in the area, and for the record, the Avalons have 5 guns registered in their names, though none of them is a .22. Luke recited easily. Smith & Wesson .357, a Glock 40, a Beretta 9mm, and 2 Mossberg 12-gauge shotguns. Holy shit! What are they preparing for? Y2K? The guns were purchased in the fall of '99. Mrs. Avalon probably feared for her china. Or maybe she's afraid of all those clowns in Melissa Avalon's room. Luke shuddered again. In other words, we can't count out the Avalons yet, Rainie concluded. You'll push harder on it, Luke? First thing tomorrow morning, I'm paying a visit to the hunting cabin, then heading back to Portland and seeing if I can't finagle some bank records. Rainie nodded. Luke planned on spending the rest of the evening guarding Shep's house. He didn't take his friendships lightly. That brings us to you, Quincy. Where are we with No Lava and Shep? What? Luke sat up tensely. He'd been absent during their last discussion, when Shep's actions had been questioned. It's okay, Quincy said, raising a calming hand. Nothing came of it. Damn right, Luke spat out. According to the school staff, Quincy continued evenly, no one saw Shep enter the building before the shooting. Plus, his patrol log puts him at Hank's hardware store a little after 1, which Hank confirmed. At that point, it's questionable whether he had the time to drive to the school and commit murder before 1:30. You examined his patrol log? Luke was still offended. Quincy ignored him. So we can count Shep out. That brings me to the person writing emails to Danny from nolava@aol.com. I did learn a few things there. 1. According to Sandy O'Grady, the NoLava address was actually Melissa Avalon's account. Melissa Avalon was the one writing Danny emails? Sanders interrupted. Quincy shook his head. I don't think so. Melissa saw Danny every day, so there wouldn't be a need for her to be sending him lots of mail. Plus, I tried checking AOL's member directory on Thursday to see if I could find a record of NoLava, and nothing came up. This afternoon, I followed up with an AOL technician. According to service logs, NoLava was listed in their directory until Monday at 6 p.m., when the account was canceled and the caller ordered all traces of the member name removed. I'm willing to bet that our shooter made that call at the same time that she was purging the hard drives of the school's computers. She? Luke questioned. Quincy pursed his lips. According to Richard Mann, Danny had implied that his pen pal was female. It's an interesting possibility. I just don't like Mann as the sole source of information. On the other hand, that might explain a few things. We've certainly looked at a lot of suspects without coming up with any strong candidates. Maybe we are looking at the wrong gender. God knows Danny gravitates more toward women, both his mother and Melissa Avalon. In many ways, he'd be more vulnerable to a manipulative female than a male. Maybe Mrs. Van der Zanden found out what her husband was doing, Sanders said slowly, finally understanding Quincy's earlier line of questioning. And maybe Angelina finally caught on to her real role in her husband's life, Luke filled in. Can't be fun to figure out you're nothing but a placeholder for a too-old daughter. They all turned and stared at Rainie. What? Because I got double X chromosomes, I magically know what drives women to kill? Luke appeared abashed. Sanders, on the other hand, nodded matter-of-factly. Rainie rolled her eyes. She said briskly, Let's bring this all together. Fact 1. Someone else was involved in the shootings on Tuesday. Everyone nodded. This person is at least 5'6", proficient with computers, and also gun-savvy. And how? Sanders flipped to a gray-colored tab. Gray for guns? Christ, these state boys had too much time on their hands. Got an update on the ballistics info. You'll like this. At least the ballistics department is very pleased with themselves. They want to write this up as a case study. Okay, so the ME identifies one .22 caliber slug with no evidence of rifling but containing a polymer residue. Also found one .38 caliber casing with faint traces of polymer residue. Finally, also discovered, once the crime scene technicians were told to look for it in the debris bags, 3 tiny pieces of plastic, which fit together to form a single unit about the size and shape of a pen cap. Anyone? Anyone? What do we have? I hate riddles, Rainie said flatly. But Luke Hayes breathed with near reverence. A sabot. Nice work, officer. What the hell is a sabot doing in a school shooting? Luke said with a frown. What the hell is a sabot? Rainie asked. Sanders looked at Luke, who did the honors. I've heard of them for hunting. Basically, you take something like plastic and wrap it around a smaller caliber slug, so it'll fit in a larger caliber gun. Then a big gun can fire smaller bullets with greater velocity and mushrooming capacity. You know, for large game hunting. Oh, Jesus Christ! Rainie looked at them all as if they'd gone mad. You mean to tell me that someone is applying techniques for large game hunting to school grounds? We don't think this has anything to do with hunting techniques, Sanders supplied. The M.E. is the one who first thought of the possibility, and that's because she'd read about it once before, in a mob shooting in New Jersey. The other advantage of making a sabot, you see, is that it makes the slug hard to trace. No rifling marks. No matching with a murder weapon. Also, this answers Rainie's question about why only one shot to the forehead. Hardly a sure kill with a .22. Well, the slug was fired by a bigger gun, meaning greater velocity, more force. Whoever we're looking for isn't dumb. Rainie turned this over in her mind, trying to see how it was done. She spared a glance at Quincy, who had a curious look on his face, as if many things were becoming magically clear. She was happy for him. Personally, between the little scene with George Walker and now this, her temples were pounding and her hand had a tremor she hoped no one would notice. "How do you make a sabot?" she asked Sanders. "It's involved. In this case, ballistics has determined that the .22 caliber slug recovered from Avalon's body was actually fired from a .38 caliber gun." "Danny's .38 revolver?" "No. Rifling doesn't match. Give me a minute. We'll get to it. Okay, so we have someone, Quincy's unsub, who wants to cover his tracks. He hits upon a great idea. He'll shoot a .22 caliber slug from a .38 revolver. Given the entry wound and weight of the recovered projectile, everyone will be looking for a .22 semi-auto. He'll never get tied to the crime. But how to make a .38 fire a .22 caliber bullet? That's where the sabot comes in. The unsub takes a plastic rod and turns it until it's the diameter of a .38 caliber bullet. He then cuts the rod to the same length as a .38 slug, and, this isn't child's play, center drills the piece of plastic with a .22 caliber hole. He cuts the piece of plastic lengthwise in 3 equal pieces, then glues the pieces back together at the base. Voila! He has made a sabot. Now he removes a .22 slug from its casing. Then he simply pushes the slug into the center of the sabot from the top, inserts the entire thing into a .38 caliber casing, and loads a .38 caliber size bullet into his revolver. Upon being fired from the barrel of the gun, the sabot's 3 pieces will fall apart, leaving the .22 caliber projectile to continue on and strike the victim. And the unsub ejects the shell casing, then walks away with his .38 revolver, leaving no one the wiser. "We're talking serious thought here," Rainie said, "and knowledge of guns. Sabots have been around since the earliest firearms, but it's not like everyone's using them." "Now that we know what it is, can we trace the bullet?" "Not the slug," Sanders said, and got a wicked gleam in his eye. "But you can sure as hell trace the plastic. Ballistics has already reassembled the 3 pieces, and they form a perfect model of a .38 projectile, right down to the rifling marks." "Don't be an ass, Sanders. Tell us what we've got." The state detective's face fell. "Yeah, well, that brings me to the bad news. So far, the sabot doesn't match with anything we have. Not with the .38 revolver recovered from Danny, or with any other revolvers or slugs whose rifling marks we have on file." "Drug fire," Quincy said. "No," Sanders groaned. "Not again." "Absolutely," Rainie overruled him. "Face it, Sanders, you can only check statewide. Through the drug fire databases, Quincy can cover the whole country for a match with another .38 slug used in a crime. The sabot goes to the Fed." "And what has he done with my computers lately?" "It's only been 24 hours, Quincy said mildly. "I'd have given you updates within 24 hours. Hell, I just delivered a sabo to you in 56. "Let it go, Sanders," Rainie told him kindly. "The feds have better toys. It's a fact of life." Luke had a perplexed look on his face. He leaned forward, planting his elbows on his knees, and peered at Sanders intently. "You're saying this person went out of his, or I guess her, way to make a special bullet to kill Melissa Avalon? A bullet that couldn't be traced back to the person?" "A bullet that conceivably couldn't be traced back to him or her. Yes." "Why?" Luke asked bluntly. "Danny's there. Danny's brought 2 guns covered in his fingerprints and registered to Danny's father. What's with the 3rd weapon? Isn't that more dangerous? Someone might see this person armed and mention it later. Or maybe something goes wrong and this person ends up dropping the gun, or dropping the sabot, or God knows what. Seems to me that the margin of error is higher with the additional 38. They all studied one another. Sanders had brought up the question before. They still didn't have an answer. "Symbolism?" Rainie tried after a moment. She glanced at Quincy, the resident expert in criminal behavior. Maybe there was a personal reason behind the .22 slug as well as a practical one. The person had a reason to kill Melissa Avalon, and the choice of bullet is tied into that. "Christ, it's not like she was a werewolf and had to be killed with a silver bullet," Sanders muttered. "A .22 slug is as common as it gets." "What about the gun? Maybe the .38 revolver was a special gift from her husband, with the barrel engraved, 'To the one I love,' which had really touched her heart, until she found out he'd given it to her out of guilt over doing the hokey-pokey with another woman." "Doing the hokey-pokey?" Sanders pressed with a raised brow. "Fine, fucking. He was fucking another woman. Does that work better?" "I think we're missing something," Quincy said quietly. Rainie and Sanders shut up. They all turned to him. His face was remarkably composed, but there was a light in Quincy's eyes Rainie had never seen before. He was excited. He had figured out part of the riddle, and he was thrilled to death. "Let's look at the elements of this crime," Quincy began evenly. "First, our unsub utilizes manipulation. He or she identifies a troubled youth, Danny O'Grady, and approaches him, probably first via the internet, but then meets him in person to cement the relationship. This person needs someone like Danny. He learns his buttons, and he begins to push. The unsub also enjoys complexity. I think Luke and Sanders are correct. Why use a sabot when Danny's .38 would have done? Maybe because he or she could. In all probability, the .22 slug would deform, making it impossible to test and leaving us none the wiser. But, in case it didn't, the unsub left another little riddle for the police to solve, another way for law enforcement to be impressed by his or her skills. Which also brings us to the computers. It would appear that the unsub has been using Melissa Avalon's email account to contact Danny. So why erase the school computers? Any correspondence, downloads, etc., would only show Danny talking to his teacher. Even if the contents of the emails were questionable, Melissa Avalon is dead. How is she going to defend herself? But again, one level of diversion is not enough for our unsub. He or she also tampers with the school computers. I'm almost positive now that when data recovery agents delve into the hard drives, they'll find everything overridden by zeros. Our unsub seems obsessed with being thorough. But what about Danny? Rainie objected. Once you've introduced another person into a crime, it's no longer efficient. He's scared now, sure, but sooner or later he's bound to talk. That seems like a huge loose end. If the unsub really wanted to be untraceable, he or she should have acted alone. No. Quincy vehemently shook his head. This unsub absolutely would not do everything alone. After all, what's the point of being so ridiculously clever if no one ever learns about it? Rainie went still. She saw comprehension slowly washing over Luke's and Sanders's faces, and she knew they had arrived at the same conclusion she had when their eyes suddenly widened in horror. You mean this person wanted someone to admire his efforts? Yes. And if Danny does crack, does one day tell everything? What's one of the biggest factors we're already seeing in school shootings? Ego. Boys trying to assert their identity in a crowded world. Confused children who equate being infamous with being famous. Are you kidding? The unsub is hoping that someday Danny will crack. Not right away. Our shooter needs time to get out of Dodge. But one day he hopes to pick up the paper and read about a 13-year-old boy whose sole line of defense in a triple homicide case is that the boogeyman made him do it. And all the crime experts will say this proves how today's youths refuse to take responsibility for their actions. And the legal experts will say this proves how today's defense attorneys go out of their way to confuse juries with conspiracy theories. And our unsub will have a good laugh. Our unsub will clip every article on Danny O'Grady's trial and have a ball. We're no longer talking a crime of passion, are we? Rainie asked weakly. No, not at all. But why Melissa Avalon, then? The special bullet, the single shot to the forehead. Those are all signs she wasn't a random victim. Oh, she wasn't random. The selection process was simply different from what we thought. I should have seen it earlier, when everyone kept saying how close Danny was to Miss Avalon and how patient she was with him. I don't get it. Danny loved her, Rainie. That's why the unsub chose her. Because what better way to demonstrate your control over a troubled child than to make him assist in the murder of the one person who's been good to him, the only other person he trusted? But that doesn't make any sense. Sanders burst out. No one's going to turn on someone they like. You want to lead a kid over to the dark side, you play on something he already hates. You know. You think your daddy's an asshole. Well, so was mine. Now, let me tell you what I did about it, little boy. Quincy shook his head. You can do that, Detective, but the bond isn't as strong. Not as strong as our unsub needs. In classic indoctrination technique, you get the initiate to turn on the things he loves the most. That's when you know you have him. In fact, a Canadian serial killer cemented his homicidal partnership with his wife by making her participate in the rape and murder of her own sister. After that, she couldn't turn against him. That would mean having to face what she'd done. The guilt's too high. Danny, Rainie whispered. Already under suicide watch? Oh, my God, the things that must be going on in his mind. He did it? Danny did it? Luke was rocking back and forth slightly. His face held newly etched lines, and he looked at Quincy almost in agony. "You're saying Shep's son killed those girls? And this son of a bitch made him?" "Yes. I think that's how it probably happened." "Who is this bastard? Can't you tell us that? Can't you stick data in some fancy Phoebe database and give us something practical to work with?" Luke jumped to his feet. The tendons in his neck stood out like cords, and he looked at them all almost wildly. None of them said anything. Rainie thought of Luke, night after night, sitting in his patrol car outside Shep's house, determined to protect the O'Grady's honor. Little Danny, who played in their office after school. Little Danny, playing shoot-'em-up cops and robbers with Bakersville's finest. Bang, bang, bang. Good shooting, Danny. Way to go, kid. One other thought, Quincy said in the tension-filled attic. They stared at him, wondering how it could get worse and knowing that it would. Murder is like anything else. It has to be learned. The first time is messy. The second time more systematic. These homicides, they're very sophisticated. "Oh, shit," Sanders said. Rainie closed her eyes. "This isn't the first time this person has done it," Quincy concluded quietly. "I would bet my career on it. And if the unsub is using the internet to identify vulnerable teens, it's a wide, wide world out there, ladies and gentlemen. God knows where he'll strike next." A phone rang. Sanders flinched in the unsettled silence of the room. Luke recovered first and picked up the receiver. He said yes. He nodded. He said yes again. He took some notes. He hung up the phone, and there was already something about his face that made Rainie cold. "That was some bartender in Seaside," Luke said shortly. "Some guy just walked back into his joint. He's asking a lot of questions about the shooting. And he's talking about you, Rainie. He's talking all about you and how he personally knows you shot your mother 14 years ago." "We got action," Sanders said crisply. Luke and Quincy nodded, muscles tensing, clearly ready to roll. Rainie's reaction was slower in coming. "Yeah." She sighed softly, nodding her head, thinking of Danny, thinking of psychopaths, thinking of that night all those years ago. "Yeah," she said with resignation. "Here we go." Chapter 26. Friday, May 18th, 7:12 p.m. Dusk blanketed Bakersville. Homeowners flicked on porch lights, scattering pinpricks of silver illumination against the darkening hillsides. Dairy cows clustered under trees for warmth, forming rocky contours as they hunkered down for sleep. In some houses, parents held their children close, thinking of the schools they had attended in their days and the seeming battlegrounds their children attended now. You don't want to raise your kids to be afraid. Everyone goes to school. No sense in making a big deal about it. But to button them up each morning, kiss the soft down at the top of their heads, and send them out to their day, unarmed, defenseless, terrified of the kid in the next seat. Oh, God, what has happened to our schools? In some bars, young men kicked back extra shots, talking about the fucking lawyers who could get anyone off, and the dumbass juries who cried harder for the murderers than their victims. Ain't no justice in the world. Ain't nobody trying to keep our families safe. This kid will probably walk away by the time he's 21, just like those boys in Arkansas. Doesn't seem right. Not like those two little girls can magically crawl out of the ground when they come of age. Why should he get better than them just 'cause he's a kid too? A murderer is a murderer. Don't do the crime if you can't serve the time. Yeah, that's it. The kid's a killer. Let's make him pay. In Seaside, Ed Flanders nervously towel-dried beer mug after beer mug and hoped the cops would show up soon. The man's own glass was long since emptied. Ed had asked him if he wanted another. The man had declined. Ed suggested buffalo wings. The man said no. Now the man watched TV. Some news magazine story on how a volunteer group, Cyber Angels, worked to protect unsuspecting internet users from online stalkers. The man wore a strange smile. Ed rubbed the beer mug harder. Though he wasn't the type, he was learning to pray. 70 miles away, Rainie tore up Route 101 with her lights flashing. Quincy gripped the dash but didn't say a word. Sometimes he would stare at her. She always looked away. Sanders and Luke were in a car behind them, Luke at the wheel and having no trouble matching Rainie's pace. Sometimes they used to make this run up the winding coastal route just for the hell of it. To keep sharp, they told Shep. Practice their skills. Now those days seemed so far away. The radio crackled. Suspect was on the move, dispatch relayed. Please advise. Rainie had to think about it a minute. A crowded bar, a suspect they knew nothing about. Don't make contact. Just follow him, she said shortly, then annoyed herself by looking at Quincy for confirmation. The FBI agent nodded. She scowled, replaced the receiver, and drove faster. An hour later, they were in town. Dispatch guided them to a small hotel, and just around the corner, tucked behind a grove of trees, they encountered a ring of police cruisers. Looks like we found the party, she muttered. Quincy nodded. His face appeared calm, but he still had that light in his eyes. He unfurled from her police cruiser like a boxer about to step into the ring, up on his toes and light on his feet. Rainie watched him a moment too long. The lean line of his body, his graceful, self-assured ease. She felt a sense of doom she couldn't shake. The night was closing in on her while the others geared up for the chase. Let's get the stranger. Let's get the evil man in black. He's talking all about you. Personally knows you shot your mother 14 years ago. Stranger? She didn't know anymore. She had bad thoughts about bad things that had happened way too long ago. Quincy was looking back at her curiously. She forced her attention to unfastening her seatbelt. Sanders had already located the officer in charge. She and Quincy walked up in time to hear, "Suspect appears to be approximately 40 years old. Graying brown hair, 5'10", 5'11", approximately 180 pounds. He's wearing a long trench coat, so he could be carrying weapons. The motel owner gives his name as Dave Duncan, supposedly some kind of traveling salesman. Said the man's quiet and a non-smoker, if that's any help." The officer rolled his eyes. "Time he returned to his room?" Sanders asked. 45 minutes ago. "We have a pair of officers interviewing the bartender Ed Flanders right now. I guess the guy's been in twice. The first time he seemed to be picking a fight with a few locals over whether Danny O'Grady had done the shooting or not. We'd gotten the bulletin yesterday to be on the lookout for strangers who seemed to be following the shooting, so we'd already reached out to the bartenders. Then tonight, this guy shows up around 7 and starts back in. Except tonight, he seemed to be focused on Officer Connor. The officer's gaze slid over at Rainie. Begging your pardon, ma'am, but Mr. Duncan was saying that he knew for a fact you'd killed you'd killed Mrs. Connor." The officer seemed to decide that was a more polite way of saying it. "Some years ago. He said he had proof, but when Ed tried to ask more questions, the guy blew him off. We haven't been able to get a good look at him yet. We were following him in the dark, but Ed swears he knows him from somewhere, just can't think of where." "Older man?" Quincy probed. "Heavy set?" "Yes, sir." Quincy looked at Rainie. She shrugged. Older man could be several possibilities. Principal Van der Zanden, Melissa Avalon's father. Or, what the hell, maybe even Mrs. Van der Zanden or Mrs. Avalon in drag. The unsub was clever enough to disguise a bullet. God knows what he or she could do with physical appearance. "Why don't we just get this over with?" she said stiffly, and everyone nodded. A few of the young men had their batons out. They had a lot of experience breaking up bar fights during the hot summer months, and now they were good to go. Officer Carr ran them through the drill. The manager of the hotel would call the room and say there was trouble with the bill. Would Mr. Duncan please come to the lobby? The minute Duncan stepped clear of his room, the officers would descend. They were all wearing flak vests and were prepared to use necessary force. The goal was to be so fast and quick, Duncan would never have time to react. Once they had him in handcuffs, they could begin questioning. Rainie nodded her consent and pretended Sanders wasn't doing the same. She could tell Officer Carr was proud of his role in hunting down a key suspect. Years later, this would be one of those stories repeated over and over again in all the good cop bars. They settled down behind the trees and prepared to watch the show. The hotel manager nervously picked up the phone and dialed the room. Rainie could see everything through the uncovered lobby windows, and was happy Mr. Duncan couldn't say the same, because the hotel manager was sweating bullets. Poor man looked like he was going to have a heart attack, while beside him a somber young officer had dropped into a crouch and had his gun pointed at the front door. Rainie understood it was just a precaution. She was less sure the hotel manager appreciated that. The manager set down the phone. He was frowning. He said something to the officer, and then Carr's radio crackled to life. "No one's picking up," Carr muttered. "The manager can't get Duncan to answer." He appeared worried. He glanced at Bakersville's quartet for advice. "Think he's figured it out?" Sanders murmured. Rainie took in the half-dozen cars and 16 milling men. "Geez, I don't know how." "What about having the manager approach the room in person? Knock on the door?" Sanders asked. "The moment the door cracks open, we'll push him aside and force our way into the room." Quincy looked at the hotel manager, who had sweated through his white shirt and was now swaying on his feet. "I don't think so." "I'll do it," Rainie said. They all stared at her. She shrugged. "I swear to God I have no real desire to be shot. But do you see any other maids around?" She gestured to the all-male crowd. "I thought not." 5 minutes later, Rainie was trying to pull a too-tight, threadbare gray blouse over her bulletproof vest. The skirt came to mid-calf, and honestly didn't do a thing for her legs. Then she thought of her mother, dying in 3-inch heels. Jesus, her head was a mess tonight. Would somebody please get her a beer? She finally got the blouse buttoned, sucked in her gut, and walked out to the men. "You all right?" Quincy asked promptly. "Those federal agents didn't miss a thing." "Fine and dandy." She performed a pirouette, looking for a place to stick her 9mm. "Back waistband," Sanders said. "Can't." "Why not?" "'Cause the skirt's too fucking tight." "Okay." Sanders raised his hands and walked away. Quincy formed a pile of 6 clean white towels and tucked her gun in the middle, with the handles sticking out of the back for easy access. He handed it to her, his dark eyes calm. "He makes a move at all," Quincy said. "I can't shoot him. If he goes for a gun, you do what you have to do." "I can't shoot him," she repeated more forcefully. "Quincy, if I wound up killing him—" She didn't have to say the rest. It simply hung there between them. The doubts, the suspicions, the rumors that 14 years later still hadn't gone away. "Chances are that he knows we're out here," Quincy said softly. "Then let's just get it over with. I'm tired of his games." She nodded at Sanders, who looked mighty curious about what would happen next, then at eager Officer Carr. Everyone assumed their positions. Rainie didn't allow herself to think anymore. She lifted the towels high enough to obscure her face and got on with it. March. 1, 2, 3. At the door now. Pause. Deep breath. "Hey, mister, want some towels?" Or maybe shoot first and ask questions later. She knocked on the door. No answer. "Did you know what you were saying in that bar? Or were you making this stuff up just for me?" She knocked on the door again. No answer. The rest happened very slowly. She set down the towels. She picked up her 9mm. She twisted the door handle, not surprised to find it unlocked, and led with her shoulder into the room. Behind her, men yelled, "Down, down, down!" Others cried, "Go, go, go!" Rainie tumbled into the room, bringing up her gun, though she didn't know what she expected to find. Or maybe she did. Maybe some part of her knew what body she would find there on that bed, except empty. Empty, empty. Officers jostled her aside. Seaside's finest pumped into the room. "Police! Police! Police!" Still nothing. More scattered voices. "What do you mean, nothing? Where the hell could he have gone? I thought you said you were watching this room." "I don't know, sir. I swear to God, I don't know." Rainie didn't look at any of them. She was staring into the bathroom at the mirror over the double basin counter and the large words scrawled there. "Too little, too late." A lock of hair was taped beneath the red words. It was long, black, with just a hint of curl. Rainie didn't need a lab report to guess its owner. Beautiful Melissa Avalon, lying dead in a pool of hair. "Too little, too late," Rainie read aloud, her voice coming out shaky. She finally looked at the men in the room. Would somebody, anybody, like to explain this to me? No one replied. After another moment, Sanders picked up his cell phone. He called the CSU. "Hey," he said shortly, "we got another crime scene." Chapter 27. Friday, May 18th, 10:38 p.m. 2 hours later, Rainie and Quincy drove back to Bakersville. They had finally figured out how Dave Duncan vacated the room. He had cut a hole in the back of the closet, creating a small escape hatch that opened up behind a rhododendron bush at the side of the hotel. The police closed in. He squeezed out, taking his minimal baggage with him. Quincy was right. The unsub liked to have contingency plans. While the technicians dusted for prints, bagged the hair, and documented the words written in lipstick, Quincy gave them a more detailed profile of the person they were looking for. In his experience, an unsub of this type would most likely be male, middle-aged, and unmarried. The crime was highly organized, indicating above-average IQ and professional skills. The unsub also utilized manipulation, meaning he felt comfortable being around others and might even have a serious relationship, though chances were his partner often felt she didn't understand her man very well. According to profile statistics, the unsub had probably tried to join the police force or the military at one time, but had either been turned away or dishonorably discharged. He was obviously mobile and would still be following the case quite closely. Common wisdom held that the unsub's name wasn't Dave Duncan. He'd paid for the room with cash and showed a barely legible driver's license. Perhaps he was finding a new motel even now, someplace a little more populated, where a traveling salesman would be hard to locate. He knew the net was closing in, and yet, they all shared the hunch, the man wasn't done. The man wouldn't flee. Seaside would work to write up all the information they could find on David Duncan's visit to their town. Description, places he'd been, things he'd said. Sanders would once more coordinate processing the evidence with the CSU. Luke still planned on watching Shep's house for the rest of the night. Then he was heading to Portland to finish interviewing Mr. and Mrs. Avalon. This time he'd take a composite sketch with him. Maybe sit across from Mr. Avalon. Maybe push the drawing under the man's nose and see what kind of reaction bubbled to the surface. Rainie would inherit the fun-filled task of generating lists of hotels up and down the coast, someplace not too far from Bakersville, someplace not too far from Seaside, maybe even a rental room in a house run by a little old lady, or a rarely used hunting shack. She'd never realized how many places there were to hide around her small town. She did not envy anyone her task. It had been a long day. They were all exhausted beyond words. Sanders and Luke hit the road. Rainie and Quincy rode back in silence. Inside the city limits, Rainie stopped at a small convenience store for a 6-pack of beer. Then, by unspoken consent, she and Quincy went to his hotel. There was an awkward moment. Rainie stood in the doorway with the Bud Light. Quincy stood in his room, surveying the space as if realizing for the first time how small and intimate it was. He pulled out 2 chairs from the rickety table. Rainie pointedly bypassed them and headed straight for the bed. He didn't say anything. After another moment, he shed his jacket, drew off his tie, unbuttoned the top of his shirt, and sat on the mattress, not far from her. It was hard to read his face from her angle. Half was lit by the lamp next to the bed. Half was hidden in darkness. She didn't know what he thought after days like this. Was he still excited, thrilled by the hunt? Or was the adrenaline fading now, leaving behind the sobering realization that another monster roamed the world? One more predator on top of last month's predator, and the one the month before that. Did he get tired? She was tired. She was restless and back to the kind of mood where she didn't trust herself. George Walker's words echoed in her head. So did Officer Carr's nervous look when he tried to figure out how to mention the accusation that she'd killed her own mother. She should have a thicker skin. Tonight, she didn't. She felt vulnerable and weary, sick of pretending she knew what she was doing when she hadn't known for days, and the case was only getting worse. She was soft tonight, a little bit aching. She looked at the hard plane of Quincy's chest, the exposed smattering of dark chest hair, and she wanted to lay her head on his shoulder. A strong, capable man. She wondered how his heartbeat would sound against her ear. She wondered if he would curl his arms around her and hold her the way leading men always held leading ladies in the movies. She had never been held, slapped on the shoulder in good-natured ribbing, even patted on the butt in pickup games of hoops. Lack of comforting touches wasn't something she dwelled on, but tonight it bothered her. Rainie got out a beer. She tossed a bottle to Quincy, placed her own against the top edge of the bedside table, and whacked it once with the base of her palm to pop the top off. A cool mist rose immediately from the neck. She took a deep breath, pulling the scent of hops inside her mouth and rolling it over her tongue. Damn. What she would give for just one drink. One long, soothing, numbing drink. She slouched back against the old wooden headboard instead and cradled the bottle against her belly. Quincy's own bottle was unopened in his hand. He was watching her with a tight, dark look in his eyes. "Talk to me," she murmured. "Rainie, that display had nothing to do with conversation. Shut up and talk to me." He arched a brow pointedly at that clear statement. "What's your ex-wife like?" "Christ, you're trying to kill me." Rainie sat up. She gazed at him more frankly. "I mean it. What's your ex-wife like?" Quincy sighed. Apparently he decided she was serious, for now he took the cap off his beer bottle and drank deeply. Then he settled back on his elbows in the middle of the queen-size bed. Her curled feet loosened enough to nestle against the side of his hip. She admired the line of his throat against the open collar of his white dress shirt. "Bethy's a good mother," he said finally. "She takes wonderful care of our daughters. Daughters. How did you meet?" "College, when I was pursuing my doctorate in psychology." "Is she a psychologist?" "No. Bethy's from a wealthy family. College was a means of meeting an appropriate husband. A shame. She has a wonderful mind." "Is she pretty?" Rainie asked. Quincy took more care with his answer. "She has aged well," he said at last, his voice neutral. "Pretty, smart, and a good mother. Do you miss her?" "No," he said firmly. "Why not?" "My marriage is old news, Rainie. When we met, Bethy admired my background as a Chicago cop while fully expecting me to settle into a more socially elevated lifestyle as a private practice psychologist. Hell, I expected the same thing. But then the Bureau started recruiting me. I didn't say no. And poor Bethy ended up with an armed FBI agent for a husband. If I wanted to be fair to her, I should have stayed a psychologist. But I was true to myself. I got into this stuff, and then my marriage faded away. Why don't you say anything bad about her? Because she's the mother of my children, and I respect that. You're a gentleman, aren't you? Her voice suddenly gained an edge. She didn't plan on sounding bitter or looking for a fight, but she took a step down that road anyway. Fighting was what she did best. Conflict more second nature to her than kindness. She thought of George Walker again, and her eyes began to sting. She wished they would stop. I believe in the importance of civility, Quincy said quietly. I see enough inhumanity in my job without needing to add to it. I'm not civil. No, he smiled wryly. But somehow it works for you. Rainie stuck her beer on the nightstand. Her movements were restless. He had given her a gracious out. She couldn't take it. The mood ruled her now, and she only knew how to go toward dark and dangerous places. You come from money too, don't you, Quincy? The nice suits, the expensive cologne. This stuff isn't new to you. I don't come from money. My father is a Yankee swamp rat, born and bred. Owns hundreds of acres of God's own land in Rhode Island. Works it with his own sweat and will take it with him to the grave. He taught me the importance of manners. He taught me to love fall, when the leaves change and the apples grow crisp. And he taught me never to tell the people close to you that you care. The corner of his mouth twitched wryly. The suits I picked up on my own. Rainie got on her hands and knees on the bed. Her gaze was locked on his. She moved closer. I'm white trash. He didn't take his eyes from her. Don't degrade yourself. I'm not. I'm telling you who I am now, so you can't hold it against me later. She kept advancing. He didn't retreat. I'm not civil. I hate to apologize. I have a bad temper, bad dreams, and a bad mood. And I shouldn't be doing this, but damn it, I'm going to do it anyway. He said quietly, liar. Then he reached up with his broad hand, cupped the back of her head, and dragged her down to his mouth. She'd invited the kiss, but the first contact still shocked her. She felt cool, strong lips against her own hot, angry mouth. She tasted hops, smooth golden hops, and she opened her lips greedily, as if she would gladly get drunk off him. Then his tongue pushed into her mouth, strong and commanding, and in spite of her best intentions, the old panic reared hard. She drove her fingernails into her palms. She did her best to control her mind. Yellow flowered fields, smooth flowing streams. So many techniques she'd learned over the years. Keep it simple, keep it quick, never lose control. No one was ever the wiser. Quincy's palm was rough against her cheek. It tickled her and brought a flood of unexpected heat low in her stomach. She halted, a bit frightened. His lips whispered across her neck. She let her head fall back. She exposed her throat to him. His breath was warm and tantalizing across her collarbone. He'd go lower, she thought. Must remember to moan. Yellow flowered fields and smooth flowing streams. She could feel his lips, firm and skillful. But she could also feel the dark places hovering just out of sight. Yellow-flowered fields and smooth-flowing streams. He would touch her breast. She would arch her back. Get it over with. Get it done. She felt suddenly, unspeakably sad. She had started this, but it wouldn't be what she needed in the end. And she'd been wrong to do this with Quincy. He wasn't like the other men. With them it had been cheap and mindless. With this man it would be blasphemy. She lowered her head. Don't let him see her eyes. Don't let him see her stark and gray and thinking so hard about yellow-flowered fields and smooth-flowing streams and Danny O'Grady holding the shotgun that had blown off her mother's head. She ached. She suddenly ached so hard she didn't know where the pain ended anymore and Rainie Connor began. Quincy's hands came up. He feathered back her hair with his fingers. He swept the long, fine strands from her face, and then he kissed the corner of her eye where the first of her tears had gathered. Rainie scrambled off the bed. For God's sake, don't be so damn nice. She came to a halt in front of the rickety table, holding the collar of her shirt shut with her hand and breathing much too hard. On the bed, Quincy sat up slowly. His dark hair was mussed. She didn't remember doing that. His cheeks were raspy with 5 o'clock shadow. She slapped a hand against her throat and belatedly felt the warm flush of whisker burn. Shit. She was an idiot. She just was. And now she was going to cry, and that would be adding insult to injury. How could one person be so dumb? That was it. She grabbed her coat and headed for the door. Stop! Quincy snapped the word, shockingly loud in the silent room. Rainie froze. Please sit down, he said more quietly. No. She had her hand on the doorknob and she wasn't letting go. Damn it! Sit down. She sat in the hard wooden desk chair by the door. I'm sorry, Quincy said shortly. I didn't mean to yell at you. I didn't mean to let things get this far. I didn't mean a lot of things tonight. That made her feel better. Rainie pasted a smile on her face that could have shattered glass and said, Ah, thanks, Fed. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Shut up, Rainie, and give the attitude a rest. Quincy rose tiredly off the bed. For the first time, Rainie noticed that his hands were trembling. The lines were more pronounced around his eyes. His mouth carried a fresh, grim set. The sight of him like that hurt her. She had done that to him, and she knew it was wrong of her. She wished she was the type of person. She wished she could erase the grimness from his face. Instead, she sat like a bad pupil who'd been caught red-handed and now waited for the blow to fall. Don't look at me like that, he said impatiently. I'm not your mother. I'm not some abusive husband. Sometimes I feel like wringing your neck, but I'm not going to hit you. Too well-bred for that, Quincy? Don't know how to get down and dirty? A muscle leapt in his jaw. She thought she might have pushed him over the edge, and she actually felt triumphant. What the hell are you doing, Rainie? Why won't you just shut up? She couldn't help herself. She rose out of her chair, driven by demons she was smart enough to explain, but too worn down to control. She walked toward him slowly, watching his eyes narrow again, feeling powerful because of the way his gaze fell to her lips. She undid the button at the top of her breasts. No more foreplay, she whispered. Let's just do it. How do well-bred Yankees fuck? Missionary? On top? On bottom? Doggy style? 69? Oh, what would your daddy say? She slid loose another button, revealing her worn white cotton bra. Her hands weren't shaking anymore. She felt giddy. Not part of her body, but far, far away, where she could watch it all unfold as if they were merely characters in a play. How many times before? It didn't matter. There was always the morning for repentance. Quincy caught her hand in a tight grip. She smiled and pressed her body against his, wriggling her pelvis suggestively against his erection. "Fuck me, Quincy," she murmured in a voice she barely recognized. "Fuck me good." And he said harshly, "What was his name? How old were you? Did your mother know, or was she too drunk to care? God damn it!" He broke off contact, shoving her away and striding across the room as if he could barely contain himself. One moment she was next to his hard form, the next he was gone. She had to put out her hands to steady herself. "You've never told anyone, have you?" he demanded. "And now here I am, and I need to be impartial to help you, and there's not an impartial bone in my body. I want to hunt him down. Christ, I want to break every bone in his body. How many of these assholes can I put away, and it still isn't enough?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Bullshit." "Do you treat all your women this way? No wonder your life is all work and no play." "Rainie, what happened 14 years ago?" "Look at the time. Clock has struck midnight. Gotta run." 14 years ago. So long, but not long enough, is it, Rainie? "Are you going to be around in the morning? We have a lot of work to do, but then you're not really part of this case team, are you? One phone call and you're out of here, and we both know it." "Rainie, let it go, damn it. Why the fuck can't you let it go?" "Because I'm me. Because I'm not stupid. And so help me God, I'm interested in you. And because some part of you is interested too, or you wouldn't keep coming back to my room night after night looking for conversation. Now, here we are. Let's have the conversation, Rainie. You need to talk. I need to listen. Let's go. Let's get it done." "I don't believe this crap. And I don't believe that you forgot the name of the man who supposedly killed your own mother." He delivered the words with brutal force. Rainie drew up short. For a moment she thought she'd heard him wrong. He couldn't. Nobody. How did... Her heart hammering so loud in her chest. But he was Quincy, of course. That's how he knew. Because he was Quincy, Quantico's best of the best, and she kept coming to him night after night, feeding him bits and pieces. "You don't know what you're talking about," she said weakly. Quincy just looked at her. "I'm not going to simply stand here and take this," she tried. Quincy set his lips. "This is bullshit. I'm going home." She strode for the door. He still didn't say a word. She got the door open. She threw her coat over her arm with more force than necessary. And she realized for the first time that she wasn't looking out into the night. For all her bold words, her attention was focused behind her, in the room, on Quincy, who still stood quiet and motionless in the middle of the floor. "So help me God, I'm interested in you. And some part of you is interested too. Call me back, she thought suddenly, wildly. That's what I needed to hear. I just didn't know it at the time, so call me back. One more time. I can't do it on my own. I've spent too long keeping everything under control. And I'm tired. And there was this man on my back deck last night in black, and you don't know what that did to me. The yellow-flowered fields, the smooth-flowing streams. She was crying. She felt the tears trickle down her cheeks, and it shamed her. She hated tears. Her mother had told her years ago there was no use in crying, and she'd been right. Tears didn't change a thing. Oh, God, they didn't change a thing. The yellow-flowered fields, the smooth-flowing streams. Call me back. Quincy remained silent, and then she realized she wasn't in the doorway anymore. She stood alone in the parking lot. Her coat was on and the hotel room door was shut. Once more her subconscious was working faster than she was. The night was thick and cold around her. She looked up and counted the stars until the tears dried on her cheeks. The vast night in the vast world. She was probably one of the only people on the planet who was comforted by feeling small. Call me back. Rainie crawled into her patrol car. She realized there was crap all over her window. Someone had glued newspaper over the driver's side and written, "We'll show you justice, bitch." Rainie got out of the car. She used her keys to tear the love letter from her windshield. Night still silent. No movement from Quincy's room. She drove home.
This ends Disc 10. The third victim, Disc 11.
Chapter 28. Saturday, May 19th, 1:44 a.m. The dirt driveway leading up to Rainie's house twisted darkly through a river of night. She'd forgotten to turn on the outside lights again, and with her glue-smeared windshield she couldn't see a damn thing. Maybe she'd take a wrong turn and die in a fiery car crash 20 yards from her front door. Or hit a tree and wind up paralyzed. She could be the next Ironside. Christ, she needed sleep. Finally, pulling up to her home, she retrieved a flashlight from the glove compartment and used it to trek around in the overgrown weeds until she found her hose. Her lawn needed to be mowed. The edges could use some quality time with the weed whacker. Her kitchen still didn't contain any food. Someday soon, she was going to have to return to the more mundane matters of life. Now, she stood outside at 2 a.m. and rinsed sticky glue and old newspaper from her patrol car until it gleamed faintly beneath the scrutiny of her flashlight. Once she was done, the weariness hit her hard. She returned the hose slowly. She let the loose coil fall against the earth. She dragged herself to her front steps. In the last few days, she'd let post-traumatic stress syndrome get the better of her. She'd realized this during the drive home. She'd gone too long with too many nightmares and not enough sleep. She'd stopped eating well and started turning toward Quincy as if he could magically make it all go away. Big mistake. But what was done was done. Tonight, she'd bottomed out. Tomorrow, she would get back on her feet. She'd been here before, and she knew how these cycles worked. She mounted the front steps and, after a bit of fumbling with her keys, got the door open. She was struck all at once by the cross breeze that hit her face. What the? She snapped on the hall light, her hand reaching automatically for her sidearm as she searched for other signs of danger. Her gun hand came up empty. She'd locked the 9mm and her backup piece, a .22, in the trunk of her patrol car. Nothing she could do about that now. She flipped the light back off and waited for her eyes to adjust to the gloom. Still no sounds out of place. Just the breeze upon her face. She finally pinpointed its source. Her sliding glass door was wide open. She could peer straight through to her back deck. Shep? He'd turn on a light and sit in plain sight. He'd know better than to risk getting himself shot as an intruder. Dave Duncan. Rainie slid along the wall until she came to the open space of her kitchen and adjoining family room. 2 bedrooms and a bathroom to her left. 1 big space to her right. No sign of life. And then her gaze fell on her sofa, and everything inside her plummeted. It couldn't be. Definitely not. And just after that conversation with Quincy, who would know how to reach inside her deepest, darkest nightmare and rip out her heart? She scrambled for the light, scraped the plaster wall with her fingernails, and still couldn't find the damn little switch. Light, light, she had to see, had to know. It couldn't be. And then she had it. The single overhead light flooded the family room. Her old round kitchen table with the pedestal base. Her overstuffed chair. Her faded, comfy blue sofa. And the shotgun. Propped up against the back cushions of the sofa, 5 long scratches still scarring the old wooden stock. Time slipped backward. She couldn't stop it. She ran into the kitchen, fumbling with knives, but in her mind she was 17, and she had just come home from school. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Couldn't be. The gun had gone to evidence storage in Portland. She knew. She'd looked into it. She'd consoled herself with the knowledge that she'd never have to see the damn thing again. She grabbed the first knife she came to, a small paring knife, and yelled wildly, come out, you bastard!" But no one answered. Even the owls were silent, while her mother was a headless corpse in the family room, and oh, God, what was that on the ceiling? Oh, God, what is this, dripping down on me? Who are you? Who the fuck are you? Come out where I can see you. She tore down the hallway into the 2 bedrooms. No one. She ripped open the bathroom door. Empty. She raced onto her deck, trying hard not to notice the shotgun, but of course staring at it, while time grabbed her by the throat and dragged her down viciously. Her mother screaming, "You liked it, didn't you? You no-good whore!" Herself whimpering, "I just wanted him to stop." Shut up, shut up. She wasn't 17 anymore. She wasn't helpless. She was a police officer. She was strong. She squared off against the towering pine trees, threw back her shoulders and roared, "I know you're out there. I know you're watching, Mr. Dave Duncan, or whatever the fuck your name is. You want me? Face me like a man, you miserable piece of shit." Her mother. Liar. I should have known a daughter of mine wouldn't turn out any better. He raped me. You're pregnant, aren't you? Well, don't look at me to help. I'm not paying for your mistakes. I just want him to stop. Then rub his balls, honey. That always works for me. He had to be out there. She could feel him. The goddamn man from her deck. The big-mouthed stranger reviving old rumors in the bar. The stupid man in black who'd gone from manipulating mere school children to thinking he could mess with the likes of her. Rainie ran inside. She grabbed the barrel of the shotgun with both hands, like it was a serpent ready to strike. But she was ready now, prepared, back outside. She hefted the gun overhead. She lofted it against the black velvet sky. "Is this your idea of a joke? You think you can rattle me? Fuck you! I'm on to you, you son of a bitch! I'm on to you, so fuck you!" She heaved the shotgun into the air. She watched it whip around and around, heard it smack hard against a tree trunk. Her breathing was labored. She could hear faint ringing in her ears. Nothing good ever happened when she heard that ringing in her ears. A moment passed. Then another moment. No sound in the trees, though she knew he had to be there. He'd driven a troubled little boy to murder, and now apparently he was looking for a new source of fun. What was it Quincy had said? The unsub would try to manipulate law enforcement for sport. He prided himself on clever acts. Rainie would show him. Hell, she'd just thrown a shotgun at him and now stood with only her fists and her rage for protection. Oh, and a small paring knife. She started to laugh. She didn't know how it happened. She was standing with her legs apart and her hands balled into fists, ready for a fight, and then she was laughing and thinking of what her mother had yelled at her 14 years ago. "Then rub his balls, honey. That always works for me." She got it. 14 years later, she finally understood her mother's crude advice. And she had to slap her thighs and hold her middle as the laughter ripped out of her in savage gasps. She was crying. Tears ran down her cheeks. Second time in one night. Jesus, it sucked to be her. She was climbing off the deck, knowing she shouldn't do it. It was just what the bastard wanted, having to do it anyway. Burrowing under the boards into the crawl space, where the soil was rich and dark, and she scratched at it with her bare hands, deeper and deeper and deeper. Still here. Still horrible. All was safe. Still here. Oh, God. She'd had no idea laughing could hurt so much. Oh, God. Was that her face in the mirror, with the sunken cheeks and the mud splatters in the shape of tears? An hour later, she had her 9mm and her flashlight. She went into the woods. She started to hunt. She had no illusions about what she would do if she found the man, and that both terrified her and left her calm. About 200 feet from her house, she discovered the hollow. Behind some low shrubs for cover, leaves flattened down from long vigil. Ground was cold now, but she knew he'd been there, watching. It seemed very clear to her. A man who enjoyed manipulating children to kill. A man who was obviously angry, but didn't have the gonads to do anything about it himself. Who would appeal to him more than a police officer rumored to have killed her own mother? That was what tonight had been about. First, setting the scene at the bar, then supplying the props in her living room. He was inviting her to the party. "Come back one more time," Rainie murmured. "Let me show you what I can do, you twisted son of a bitch. Let me show you everything." She collected the battered shotgun on her way back in. "15 minutes later, the trees rustled as a figure leapt down to the ground not far from where Rainie had been standing. The man touched the dirt that still held her footprints. Then he brought his fingertips to his mouth and licked them. And then he smiled. Perfect. Chapter 29. Saturday, May 19th, 6:01 a.m. Sandy O'Grady wasn't asleep when the phone rang. She was lying on her back in bed, staring at the gray shadows shifting on her ceiling. She'd been dreaming that she was a little girl again. She'd been out in fields, lounging back in the thick grass with her best friend, Melinda. They were identifying the shapes of clouds.
Look, that one's a dragon. Oh, an elephant. A two-headed dog.
Sandy had woken up with tears on her cheeks and the nearly unbearable need to call Melinda. Except she knew that wasn't really it. Melinda had moved to Portland nearly 15 years ago. She'd gotten married. Sandy had attended the ceremony 7 months pregnant with Danny. And she and Sandy hadn't spoken since. Their lives had moved on, the way lives did. They both had new friends who lived closer, had more in common, and required less effort to keep in touch. She didn't honestly miss her childhood friend that much. She supposed, however, that she missed her childhood. To be young and carefree, to be sure that you had all the answers. Snoring came from the living room, where Shep slept on the sofa. Rustling came from the front hall closet, where Becky slept on the floor. And silence came from the bedroom where Danny used to be. 6 a.m., staring at the ceiling, wondering where her life had gone wrong, wondering how to make sense of things. She was a mother now, and it was her job to know the way. The phone rang. Sandy picked it up before it completed the first high-pitched peal. She said, "Hello, Danny." He didn't reply. She heard the now familiar background noises, clanging metal, distant hum of voices. Sandy had seen some of Cabot County's facility the first time she'd tried to visit Danny. New, modern, really not so bad compared to how some youth detention halls could be. In Sandy's imagination, however, the youth center remained a grim, gray prison, and these noises fit that place. "How are you doing, Danny?" she asked, keeping her voice light. She shifted to get more comfortable on the bed. She had him on the phone. She might as well keep him, for it seemed this would be as close to contact as she would get with her son. "We're doing okay," she said conversationally. "We miss you. Your father is working very hard to help you. We hired a lawyer, Avery Johnson. I know you've met him. He's very good, the best of the best. Your father and I are pleased he took your case." Still nothing. She took another deep breath. "Becky is starting to come around. She got a new stuffed animal yesterday, a white and gray kitten. You know how much she likes cats. In fact, we might get a real cat soon. Would you like that? Your father is thinking maybe he could handle a pet after all, and Becky has sworn up and down she'll take care of everything. He'll never have to know it's around. Of course, now we need to go to the pound to pick out a kitten, and I'm not sure how Becky will handle that. She'll take one look and want to bring home every animal in the place. We could end up with a zoo. Can you imagine your father knee-deep in puppies and kittens?" Silence. Sandy's eyes began to burn. She blinked the tears away. "I wish I could see you, Danny," she said. "I miss you. Very much. I'll be honest. I've been better. But there are a lot of folks around here who believe in you. The church has started a fundraiser to help with the legal bills. Your grandma and grandpa, they've been by every day to help out. and they keep saying how much they can't wait to get this whole misunderstanding behind us. The neighbors have brought over food. Why, yesterday we even got a brand new set of Bibles. Danny? Still no answer. She sighed quietly. I miss you. I wish I could give you a big hug right now. I wish I could kiss the top of your head. I wish... Her voice had grown thick. I wish I could make everything all right. Because I know, whatever happened, you didn't do it on purpose. You're a good boy, Danny. You're my boy. And I love you very much. More silence. Sandy couldn't take any more of this. Her son was breaking her heart. She went to hang up, and Danny finally spoke. He said dully, so much noise. And this horrible smell. Not like the movies. I pulled the trigger. So much noise. Danny? They jerked. The lockers went pop. People fell down. So much noise. I did such a bad thing, Mommy. His voice rose abruptly. I did such a bad thing. Sandy's chest tightened. She had suspected this was coming, and still, hearing the long-feared words out loud nearly ripped her in two. She whispered helplessly, I'm sorry, honey. I am so sorry it came to this. The noise. So much noise. Danny. He's going to kill me. Who, Danny? We want to help you. I want to die, Mommy. I wish I could lay down my head and just die. Don't talk like that. You're young. You made a mistake. It's this other person's fault. He tricked you, Danny. Can't you see that? He manipulated you. Now tell us who it is. Please, Danny. But Danny had pulled himself back together. She could hear his ragged breathing quiet, then a long snuffle as he wiped his nose with the back of his hand. I can't, he said at last, and his voice sounded surprisingly mature, surprisingly resolved. I can't tell you anything, Mommy. I'm too damn smart. Chapter 30. Saturday, May 19th, 6:35 a.m. Quincy was already up and moving when the old rotary phone shrieked to life next to his bed. At first, he was startled by the sound, then he was confused. No one called him here. The office used his cell phone, and the locals, namely Rainie, seemed to prefer to simply show up. Then a new thought struck Quincy. He froze at the bathroom sink, one half of his face still lathered, the other half shaved. The phone squawked again. Funny, but he couldn't get his feet to move. He'd been so sure that when the call came, it would be on his cell phone. God knows he lived and breathed through its digital lifelines. But he'd also given the office the hotel number, and if Bethy had asked some hospital assistant to please track him down... The phone kept ringing. He forced himself to get moving. 30 seconds later, it was over and done, and it was as horrible as he feared and as simple as he'd expected. If he would just come to the hospital, they would unplug the machines, pull the ventilating tubes. It could be over very quickly or very slowly. You just never knew.
He started packing his bags. When white foam splashed his carry-on, he realized he hadn't finished shaving and returned to the sink. He had phone calls to make. The first few to Quantico were easy. The last one to Rainie, he realized he didn't know how to do. His expertise was in the professional world. When it came to his personal life, he still had a lot to learn. The case here needed him. Things were moving fast now, and with the sophisticated killer, things generally got worse before they got better. He found himself thinking of Jim Beckett and another young, beautiful law enforcement officer whose attempt at stopping the serial killer hadn't even broken his stride. Oh, God. He hoped it didn't come down to that here. Rainie needed him. She was resilient, but she was going through things no one should go through alone. Last night, right before she turned on him again, he'd seen the ache in her eyes. One more moment, one last defense, and she'd be ready to open up completely. He wanted to be there for that moment. They had the start of something rare and special, he thought. God knows, he didn't meet enough people in his life who both challenged and captivated him. Except his family needed him too. And as happened so often in his life, he couldn't be in two places at once. He wasn't super agent or super father. He was just a person leading a complicated life, and sometimes he did fail the people he loved. Rainie was tougher than Bethy, he thought, and she was trained in the field. Weak comforts, but he would take what he could get. He picked up the phone and dialed. Rainie answered on the 5th ring, just when he was beginning to give up. Her voice sounded distant, and not at all like her. "Rainie? I'm sorry, did I wake you?" She mumbled something that might have been yes. He waited, and when she didn't offer anything more, he kept the conversation simple, for there was no way to make it kind. "Rainie, I have to return to Virginia now." Stunned silence. He'd expected as much. He continued with more calmness than he felt. "The hospital just called me. Apparently, Bethy has agreed to shut off life support. She's already signed the forms to donate Mandy's organs, and there are people who are waiting. It's time." Rainie didn't say anything. "I'll come back," he said quickly. "I had the sabot couriered to the crime lab yesterday and pulled a few strings to make it a priority project. I can apply even more pressure while I'm local." She remained silent. "And I'd like to do some additional research while I'm back there," he added briskly. "I was thinking about it early this morning. I'm willing to bet the person we're looking for is what we call an authority complex killer. The most famous example is Charles Manson, of course." He thought he might be babbling. She still wasn't talking, and he couldn't seem to stop. An authority complex killer generally comes from a family with an extremely domineering parental figure, he heard himself say. This parent either physically or verbally abuses him as a child. The child grows up fantasizing about facing down his parent, but never has the ability to do so. Instead, his rage becomes focused on other people in power. Except, rather than seek out direct violence against them, the killer manipulates others into acting. This, of course, makes him feel powerful and omnipotent. I need to look up additional case studies,
but authority-complex killers are generally charismatic, verbal, and possess excellent socialization skills. The interesting thing about them is that they're mental. Even more than violence, they enjoy toying with people in charge, creating elaborate ruses such as we've seen. This person doesn't want things quick or easy. He wants to watch the police sweat and gloat over our seeming stupidity. In other words, the more I think about it, the more I'm sure Dave Duncan is still in the area. There's a chance he's still in the area, Rainie intoned dully. But don't underestimate him, Quincy added hastily. He'll kill directly if he has to, particularly established authority figures such as cops. There was a noise over the phone, as if Rainie was dragging something heavy across the bed. Quincy frowned. He grew silent, and for the first time heard the gulf looming between them. He had a sudden image of her sitting alone on her bed in the dark, cradling her gun for comfort. Things had ended badly last night, and now he couldn't stay to make them right. "Rainie?" he asked. No answer. "I'm coming back." No reply. "I'm not bailing on you, and I'm not bailing on this case. Isolation isn't protection," he said adamantly, though he was definitely babbling now and didn't expect her to understand what he meant. "Damn it, Rainie," she said quietly, coolly. "Have a nice flight." Abe Sanders sat down to a hearty 3-egg omelet in the back booth of Martha's Diner. One big advantage of working in the middle of Hicksville, USA, fresh produce. His omelet oozed with plump mushrooms, premium Tillamook cheese, and best of all, fresh spinach. Too many places in the city ruined that. They offered canned spinach, or even worse, creamed spinach. Abe shuddered. Not even Popeye would touch that stuff. Nope, Bakersville definitely offered good food, including buttermilk pancakes made from scratch. Abe loved pancakes made from scratch. This morning, however, he'd cheerfully gone with what he considered to be the healthy, high-protein choice. The case was progressing well, albeit in a different direction than he'd originally assumed, and he didn't want to slow himself down by carbo-loading. He finished his omelet, tipped the cute waitress generously, and drove the short distance to City Hall. The attic sounded quiet as he climbed the narrow wooden staircase. That surprised him. It was nearly 8 a.m., late by the last few days' standards, and he'd assumed that at least Rainie would already be in the task force center. Seemed she was always the first to arrive and the last to depart. He definitely couldn't fault her work ethic. Now, if only she'd stop tormenting number 2 pencils. He'd bought 3 boxes before he learned to keep them in the glove compartment of his car. He opened the attic door, swept the small space with a quick glance. Apparently, he was the first one in. He set about brewing coffee and picked up a banded pile of mail delivered by the mailroom clerk first thing this morning. One overnighted envelope for Rainie, postmarked California. Probably Richard Mann's personnel records from the L.A. school. One pink phone message slip. According to a hard-to-read scrawl, Agent Quincy had to leave on pressing family business and would be gone for a few days. Most likely his daughter, Abe thought with genuine sympathy. Bad break, that. The agent didn't talk about it, but the word was all over town. Quincy's daughter had been KO'd by a drunk driver. Abe had already heard the story 4 separate times while eating in the diner. The rest of the mail appeared to be junk. He threw it on the corner of Rainie's desk. She could deal with it later. Since he seemed to have a moment to himself, he pulled out his cell phone and called home. His wife was in a state. The puppy was having trouble attending to his business this morning. She wanted to take him to the vet. "For God's sake, feed him some bran cereal and be done with it." She cheered up at that idea. Then, of course, she insisted on putting the puppy on the phone. Yeah, Abe said. The puppy barked enthusiastically. "You got no bladder control," Abe told him. More vigorous barking. "You're peeing all over my rugs." Very cheerful barking. "Yeah, fine. I love you too. Now gimme back my wife." His wife came back on. Heaven help him, he was blushing. "How's it coming?" she asked. "It's coming." "Going to be home soon?" He knew she tried her best, but she sounded wistful. His voice softened. He said, "I love you, honey, and I miss you too." Sanders hung up the phone. He was sorry Dave Duncan had slipped through their fingers last night, but now that they knew who they were looking for, it was only a matter of time. The guy was on the run, after all, probably panicked and scared, and thinking he had no place left to hide. Damn right. Sanders had personally issued the statewide APB late last night. If Duncan was in the area, some local eager beaver would get him in his sights. Sanders got to work on his report. He didn't look up again until noon. Then he was startled by the time and the fact that Rainie still hadn't shown. Something niggled at him. Something he didn't like. Abe Sanders tried her house. Then he tried the radio in her patrol car. And then he started to panic because he didn't get answers anywhere. For all intents and purposes, Officer Lorraine Connor had disappeared from the face of the earth. And even if Abe didn't care for Rainie's methods, he knew that just wasn't like her. Chapter 31. Saturday, May 19th, 12:16 p.m. Becky sat on her skinny bed, surrounded by stuffed animals and holding Big Bear against her tummy. Her parents were talking unhappily in the family room. They were trying to keep their voices down, the way they did when they were mad at each other but didn't want anyone to know. Becky thought that her mommy had been crying, and her daddy was in one of his very bad moods. He'd boarded up the hall closet when Becky got up this morning. He'd told her that little girls were supposed to sleep in beds, so by God, she had better get used to hers. Becky didn't think her mommy agreed with that. Becky didn't care. She had a closet in this room, too. She'd picked the hall closet only because it was closer to where her daddy slept. And as much as Becky liked Big Bear, she didn't know if he'd be any good in a fight. He was only made out of stuffing, after all, with a button for a nose. Her mommy and daddy were arguing about Danny. "He needs help, Shep. Serious help that he's not going to get from a youth detention facility." "I know that. But we have to be patient, Sandy. You heard what the lawyer said. If Danny talks to the wrong person, it could wind up in court. Then what kind of help would he get? We have to wait until the forensic exams are done. We'll know more then." "In 6 months to a year? For God's sake, he's already under suicide watch." They're taking good care of him. There's no one for him to talk to. You had to hear him this morning. He was begging to die. God damn it, this is our son. Becky slid off her bed with Big Bear. Careful not to make any noise, she crept closer to the family room and pressed herself against the hallway wall. "There is nothing more we can do," her daddy was saying roughly. "We gotta just trust him to get through this." "No." "Sandy." "There is another option." "Like hell there is." "He did it, Shep. Oh, for God's sake, don't cover your ears like a child. This is Danny. And he called me at 6 a.m. to tell me that he'd pulled the trigger and he can't get it out of his head. He's only 13 years old. I don't know how it all came to this. I wish I did. But somehow, he went in that school, Shep, and he did what he did. And now it's tearing him up inside. We can sit here in denial or we can climb into the trenches with him. I think that's all we have left." "Trenches? There are no trenches. There's prison. And he goes in alone and he dies there alone. Christ, haven't you been following the other cases? There aren't any second chances for mass murderers, not even for a 13-year-old. Danny goes away for more multiple life sentences than years he's got left to live. End of story." Avery Johnson said that if Danny was willing to plead guilty, the county would probably be willing to work out a deal. It would spare everyone the anguish of trial. "My son isn't a murderer." "Yes, he is." "I'm warning you, Sandy. Danny shot 2 little girls. Danny killed Sally Walker and Alice Benson. Those parents have to walk by empty bedrooms for the rest of their lives because of our son. What about that, Shep? What about that? God damn you, Sandy!" Shep's voice broke off savagely. Becky peeked into the room and saw that her daddy's face was swollen and ugly red. He had his hand drawn back, like he was going to hit something. Except it was her mommy who stood in front of him. She had her chin up and was staring at him like Danny did when he was daring someone to do something bad. Becky was frightened. She wanted to yell stop. But just like in the school, she was too scared to make words come out of her mouth. She didn't recognize these people with their flushed faces and mean hands. She wished they would go away, so her real parents could come home. She missed when they all used to eat dinner together, even Danny, who would sneak his peas onto her plate. "If you beat your wife, will that make you feel better, Shep?" Sandy said quietly. "Or maybe, right at this moment, are you getting some idea of where we went wrong?" Shep shuddered. His hand slowly came down. "I'm trying," Sandy continued softly. "I'm trying harder than I've ever tried in my life to make this family whole. But I can't do it anymore. We failed, Shep. Somewhere we went wrong, and Danny went wrong. And poor Becky. God knows what's even going on with her anymore. But the way I see it, we have 2 choices. We can pretend it never happened and not act too surprised when we get the call someday that our son is dead, or we can give up on what we wish had happened and start dealing with what did. Danny was involved in the killings. Danny has problems dealing with his rage. Danny is a deeply troubled boy. But he's a good boy, too.
if that makes any sense. And the guilt is tearing him up inside. If we don't let him talk, and talk soon, I don't think he's going to make it. He'll either finally find tableware he knows how to use, or worse, he'll shut out his emotions. He will become cold and remorseless. He's only 13, Shep. I want him to have a chance to become the man we dreamed about, not a newspaper headline. I don't know about you, but for me, that makes our choice pretty clear. And Becky's father said tiredly, "What choice, Sandy? Danny's not ours anymore. He belongs to the legal system, and I know that beast. The minute he says he's guilty, he'll be locked away for life. And even if he gets counseling and becomes our good boy again, what the hell is our good boy going to do locked away with violent felons for the rest of his life? Why don't we just buy him a t-shirt that says 'Rape me now' and let him wear it at the fucking trial?" "Shep." "Sandy, what do you think is going to happen? Why do you think I'm so scared?" Her mommy fell silent. Becky thought she looked like she was going to cry. Becky was crying. She had tears all over her cheeks. "There must be other options," her mommy said at last, but she no longer sounded so certain. "We need to talk to Avery Johnson, raise the possibility, see what can be worked out." "He can't go to prison, Sandy. I won't let that happen. I won't." Sandy rubbed her arms. "I don't know what to do anymore," she murmured. "I feel like the worst is still to come." "I'll think of something, Sandy. He's my son. Give me time. I'll come up with something." Becky's mommy finally nodded. Becky clutched Big Bear hard and slid away from the doorway. Her heart was pounding hard in her chest now. She had the heavy feeling, where she could barely breathe. She wanted to run into the family room. She wanted to throw her arms around her daddy's legs and beg him to leave Danny alone. But just like at the school, she was too frightened. Her mouth wouldn't work. She went back to her bedroom. She started throwing blankets and clothes in her closet for cover. Big Bear would need a place to hide, and Mrs. Beetle, and Polly the pony, and her new kitten. Becky had a lot of work to do. Bad things were going to happen if people pushed Danny. Very bad things. The monster was still out there, and if Danny wasn't smart, if Becky wasn't smart, he'd kill them all. He had promised. Rainie started her preparations the minute she got off the phone with Quincy. First, she mowed her lawn. Then she took care of the edging. The high grass would make the tracks too easy to see for what needed to happen next. She put on a mask. She grabbed a shovel. She ignored the ringing phone and went to work, not letting herself think about what had to be done. Afterward, she raked the grass back up to cover the marks. Then she took a long hot shower and steamed the rich, moist earth from her hands. Another hour, toiling with the shotgun, just in case. A little after 2, as she returned from the trunk of her patrol car with her substitute 9mm and backup .22, her phone started ringing again. She didn't answer, but then heard Luke's voice on the machine. She picked up the receiver as he was still calling her name. "I'm here." "Jesus, Rainie, where the hell have you been? Sanders is going nuts trying to find you." "I mowed my lawn. How are things in Portland?"
Muddled.
Luke sounded confused. She could hear the sounds of traffic, so he must be using his cell phone.
You took the morning to do yard work?
The grass didn't seem to realize murder was a good excuse not to grow. Why are things muddled in Portland?
Daniel Avalon has disappeared. We were supposed to meet at his office this morning, but his secretary's been stalling me with one feeble excuse after another. I finally tried his wife. Looks like Mr. Avalon didn't come home last night. And get this, I drove by his hunting cabin on the way to Portland. It's definitely been recently used.
You think he's Dave Duncan?
Well, with the right disguise. Hell, anything's possible.
Luke sighed.
I put out an APB with his normal description, plus a description of his car and the cabin. It's the best I can do for now.
I'm sure he'll turn up shortly, Rainie said neutrally. Her eyes had already gone to her back deck.
Rainie, I made Angelina show me the gun cabinet. One of the shotguns is missing. I don't think that's a good thing.
Fire with fire, Rainie murmured.
I'm coming back to Bakersville, okay? There's nothing for me to do here anymore, and I'd feel better if I were back in town.
Whatever you think is best, Luke.
Good.
He hesitated. She could hear the unspoken question still in his voice. She and Luke went way back. He would come if she asked him to. He would die for her if it came to that. He was that kind of man. But she was who she was, too, and she couldn't ask anyone to pay for her sins. He said, "Rainie?" And she said, "I'm a big girl, Luke. I know what I'm doing." She recradled the phone. The hour was growing late, and she didn't have much time to waste. She went with a simple white cotton shirt, covered by a light jacket, perfect for concealing her handgun. She paired the top with long jeans that flared at the ankle, perfect for disguising her backup .22. She took her ID. She would need it to get into the Cabot County Youth Detention Facility. After that, however, she considered herself on her own. Not Officer Lorraine Connor, but simply Rainie, doing what she should have done days ago. She prepared one last surprise in her family room, just in case. Then she glanced at her watch. Danny was due to be moved at 5 p.m. Shep had decided he wanted Danny to be examined at the nearby psychiatric hospital. That didn't give her much time. Rainie hit the road in her own beat-up Nissan. An hour later, she sat across from Danny O'Grady, whose thin, gaunt face was a close match for her own. "Danny," she said quietly, "I think it's time we talked." She didn't leave until he'd told her everything. Quincy walked tiredly down the hospital corridor toward the room he'd hoped never to see again. He'd had to pass through Chicago on his way to Dulles, and his damn flight from Portland had landed 45 minutes late, forcing him to run for his gate. He'd been terrified of missing his connecting flight, terrified of being stranded at O'Hare, terrified of having to call Bethy and tell her he was missing another momentous occasion in his daughter's life. This one, though, would definitely be the last. Ha, ha, ha. His thoughts were raw. He felt both exhausted and wired, the way he did when he approached a fresh crime scene, and that unsettled him even more. A few nurses saw him walking and nodded in greeting. He recognized their faces, but didn't remember their names. Finally, he was at the door. That damn smell again. and the overwhelming sense of white. He had been raised to believe that death wore black. He felt needlessly betrayed. He put on his game face, for he knew no other way to enter the room, then briskly opened the door. Bethy was curled up in a chair next to the bed, sound asleep. Her dark hair had lightened in the last few years, but curved gracefully around her shoulders. With her taupe slacks and fine silk sweater, she looked much too nice to be spending her days in a hospital room. Quincy felt instantly guilty, his most common emotion when it came to his ex-wife. He cleared his throat. She woke up slowly, blinking her blue eyes and looking startled to see him. "Pierce, done saving the world already? I figured it would take you at least another week." Quincy ignored her sarcasm and gazed upon his elder daughter. Amanda's face was still covered in white gauze. Tubes and needles bristled across her prostrate form and nearly obscured a body that had once been defined by slender grace. The violence of keeping her alive shocked him once more. It slowed his steps. "I came as fast as I could," he told Bethy as he picked up Mandy's hand. He squeezed gently. There was no response. He studied her small pale fingers against his palm. He marveled at her fingernails, dutifully growing long and pink while the rest of her withered away. It seemed like only yesterday. Those were baby fingers, gripping his thumb tight. "I don't understand," Bethy said from behind him. "I thought you'd had enough." "I wasn't going to miss this, Bethy. I'd always planned on being here, once you were ready." "When I'm ready for what?" Quincy turned around. He was still holding Mandy's hand, but now he was registering the genuine confusion on his ex-wife's face. His stomach plummeted. Something deep inside him had just gone cold. Someone from the hospital staff called. "You're ready to turn off life support." "I most certainly am not." "Bethy." "Is this some kind of trick of yours, Pierce? Do you think this little melodrama will force my hand? Because it won't work. I'm not killing my daughter just to convenience your schedule." "Bethy." But he didn't say anything more. She had no idea what he was talking about. He'd been set up, and he'd walked into the trap as meekly as a mouse. Oh, God. Rainie. Quincy replaced Mandy's hand on the sheet. He kissed her temple. His hands had started to shake. "No changes?" "No changes," Bethy said stiffly. "And Kimberly?" "Settled back in at college, I suppose. Not that she bothers to call." Quincy nodded and tried not to appear too hasty as he headed for the door. "Thanks for visiting," Bethy called out sarcastically behind him. "Do come again." Quincy stopped for just a moment in the hallway. "It's not your fault," he said honestly. "What happened to Mandy? It wasn't your fault." "I don't blame myself," Bethy said thickly. "I blame you." Quincy headed down the hallway. The minute he was in the parking lot, he flipped open his cell phone. His first call was to his friend in the crime lab, who had received the sabot late last night. "Did you enter it into drug fire?" "Geez, Quincy, nice to hear from you, too." "I don't have time, Kenny. Where are you with the sabot?" "Well, if you'd bothered to check your voicemail, you'd know I worked on it all friggin' night. The rifling matches with 2 other shootings, Quince. 2 other school shootings. And both those cases are considered closed,
with 2 kids in jail. So, if these crimes are still happening, get your butt to Quantico, Quincy. You're kind of in demand.
I'm going back to Oregon. Fax everything to the Bakersville number as soon as you can.
Are you nuts? We have the same gun used in 3 separate school shootings in 3 separate cities over a 10-year span. What do you think is going to happen next?
He's going to kill Rainie, Quincy said simply. It's part of his game. Drive her over the edge, then attack when she's down. And I didn't see it coming. Shit! I didn't see it coming, and now I'm all the way across the fucking country. And then he was off the phone and in a taxicab where he yelled at the driver to go fast, fast, fast while he thought of his daughter and all those moments in his life when he hadn't done enough. Chapter 32. Saturday, May 19th, 4:48 p.m. Danny was exhausted. Long after Rainie left, he lay on his bed, curled in a ball, staring at the same spot on the floor. He had told her everything. He shouldn't have, but he had, and now he was drained. She had told him that secrets made things worse. She had told him that secrets gave the man power over him. Danny didn't know anymore. He had so many pictures in his mind. He wished he could turn off his brain and make everything go away. This morning, his hands had started trembling, and now they wouldn't stop. This morning the cold had left him, and now he was filled with a burning pain. He hated the feel of his own skin. He hated the sight of his face in the mirror. He wanted something sharp so he could slice away his fingers. Then he wouldn't have to see them holding a gun or pulling a trigger. Then he would hurt outside the way he hurt inside, and somehow that would be more right. He was tired, but he couldn't sleep. He was worried about Becky. He should make himself move, do something. He didn't know what. Footsteps came down the corridor. One of the guides appeared. He was smiling, jolly, like a clown.
"It's that time," he said cheerily.
Danny looked at him blankly.
"You're going on a field trip, Mr. O'Grady. Your parents are sending you to the funny farm."
Mr. Jolly laughed at his joke. Danny curled up more tightly on the bed. 2 men materialized behind Mr. Jolly. They wore uniforms and looked vaguely familiar to Danny. They held up shackles. If you left the walls of the detention center, you had to be shackled. There was no point in avoiding it anymore. They would take him one way or another. Off to the funny farm. His insides burned. He wished he had something sharp. Danny stood, as ordered. He held up his arms. The younger guy did his ankles first. He didn't make it very tight. Not as tight as the last guy had done. That guy had cut into Danny's skin and left welts. Danny had known from the look on the man's face that that was what he wanted. Danny kept quiet. The younger guy had the belt around his waist now. His hands were chained in front of him to the belt. He was done. The older man nodded. "Danny," he said roughly, familiarly. Danny figured he must know the man. Maybe a friend of his father's. Good old Shep loved the brotherhood of the uniform. Couldn't be easy to be a cop now. The patrol officers led him out to a Cabot County police cruiser. They stuck him in the back, then climbed into the front. The 2 men kept looking at each other, but didn't say much. Danny didn't ask any questions.
He didn't know why he was going to the funny farm, or for how long, or what happened when he got there. He still didn't ask any questions. He just wished he had something sharp. Cut away his fingers. Never have to gaze at his hands anymore. Miss Avalon, Miss Avalon, Miss Avalon. Run, Danny, run! The car started moving. The older man studied Danny in the rear-view mirror. Danny didn't like his look. He hunched his shoulders and tried to be small. 10 minutes later, the older man said to the younger man, "What do you think?" "I guess it's as good a spot as any." "Hey, you," the older man said to Danny. "Hold on, kid." Suddenly, the car swerved. 1 minute they were on the road, the next the car went bouncing down the embankment. Danny thought the man would try to brake. Instead, he hit the gas. Boom! The impact slammed Danny forward into the divider. He blinked his eyes. It took several seconds more for the dust to clear. When he finally had his senses together, he realized the patrol car was smashed against a tree. Steam came from beneath the hood. The two cops looked bleary, and the younger one had blood on his forehead. "Shit," the kid cop murmured, touching the cut and wincing. "Shit, that's gotta be authentic." "Get out," the older man was saying. His lip was bleeding and his cheek appeared bruised. He spoke with more urgency. "For God's sake, kid, grab the keys and get the hell out of the car. Didn't your dad tell you anything?" Danny finally realized that the back door had opened. Had one of them done it? Or was it from the crash? He couldn't remember how things had happened, and already his feet were moving, though through no will of his own. He got out of the car. Both cops were moaning. Someone squawked over the radio. They pretended to moan louder, while the older one pointed at the keys dangling from his utility belt. Danny took the keys and undid his shackles. Now he saw another police car coming, except this one wasn't from Cabot County. It was from Bakersville, and Danny knew immediately who was climbing out of the front seat. Danny threw the keys into the grass. He leapt forward, catching the older cop by surprise, and grabbed his sidearm. The man's eyes turned white with fear. He started to babble. Danny didn't stick around to hear. The fog had lifted. He had no more doubt in his mind. He ran. Straight into the ravine, crashing through the underbrush. He heard the cops yell and his father yell, Wait, we're just trying to help. Son, please." Danny ran faster. He had a gun now, and he knew exactly what he had to do next. He was smart. At a little after 5:30 in the evening, Principal Stephen van der Zanden turned his car up the rounded driveway to his house. Abigail was sitting beside him, holding his hand. Ever since the shooting, she'd had a need to touch him. She stroked his cheek more often, cajoled him out of his recliner onto the love seat, slept with her body pressed up against his. It had been years since she'd been so affectionate, and right after the shooting, Stephen hadn't known how to feel about it. His sadness and guilt over Melissa left him needy, grateful for the contact. And yet, the nicer his wife was, the worse he felt. Today, he'd realized he needed to tell his wife the truth. Just get it all out in the open, then see what she did to him. Except this morning, his wife had suggested that they drive to the beach, get away for a little bit. The days had been long since the shootings. So many people who needed his guidance, and so many doubts to keep him up late at night. It would be months before he sorted through the aftermath, months before he understood his role as a principal and guardian of students again.
His wife wore a new sundress she'd apparently bought yesterday at Sears. The bright blue made her eyes vivid, and he found himself watching her, noting the way she smiled. She was flirting with him, he'd realized finally. Gently, subtly, in order to give him plenty of space. And he found himself thinking about other times, when the marriage was new, and they thought nothing of spending hours giggling on the sofa. He thought of the way he'd always appreciated his wife's common sense, and how she made him feel strong, when he'd spent his whole life as a 5'8" runt who was never the hero on the football field. He remembered the way he liked his wife, particularly in the days before Melissa Avalon had arrived in Bakersville and stunned him with her smile. By 5 this afternoon, he had made his decision. He'd made a mistake, an error in ego and judgment. He hoped his wife would never have to learn how much he'd hurt her. And now he just wanted his old life back. They approached the house. The first sign of trouble was just a flicker of movement out of the corner of Stephen's eye. The next minute, the back window of the car exploded in a hail of glass. "Oh, my God!" Abigail cried. "Duck!" Stephen yelled. He floored the gas pedal on instinct and overshot the driveway. The car tumbled down the side of the hill and came to a halt in a tangle of underbrush. He fought for reverse. No such luck. He tried to shoot forward. They were stuck. Another gunshot. The side window exploded. Stephen looked at his wife of 15 years. He thought he knew what was going on. There would be no escape. Melissa had warned him. He said quietly, "Run, Abigail. Run as fast as you can." And then he got out and prepared to meet his fate. In the attic of City Hall, Sanders was restless again. 6:30. Christ, for how long could one woman take care of her yard? That was a local for you. Perfectly good as long as the case was exciting. Once it got down to the grunt work, bailed out through the closest window. He grumbled some more, strolling around the tiny attic and rolling out the knots in his neck. Luke Hayes had checked in briefly, but he was now back in the main office of the sheriff's department, writing up the day's worth of paperwork under Sanders's orders. Sanders didn't know how they generally did things around here, but in cross-jurisdictional investigations, you needed up-to-date written reports or things fell through the cracks. Speaking of which, Sanders picked up Rainie's mail from the California school. Since she wasn't here, he'd just have to take matters into his own hands. He opened the flat envelope and began to skim the contents. "Oh, shit," he said 30 seconds later. "Oh, shit!" And then, in the corner of the room, the police scanner crackled to life with the first reports of gunfire.
This ends Disc 11. The third victim, Disc 12.
Chapter 33. Saturday, May 19th, 7:51 p.m. "Hello, Richard." Rainie stood on her back deck in the gathering gloom. It was late, nearly 8 o'clock. She'd stopped on her way back from Cabot to grab a sandwich and turn things over in her mind. She hadn't eaten much, but things had become clearer to her. Why the shadowy figure of a man on her back deck? Why some stranger spouting off about her mother in a seaside bar? Why the shotgun on her sofa? Because, somewhere along the line, this had become about her. And having found her, the killer wouldn't magically go away. Quincy was right. He wasn't done yet. Rainie had parked her car at the bottom of her driveway. She'd already known who she was looking for. When Danny had finally, brokenly uttered the name, she'd realized she wasn't even surprised. She had carefully made her way up through the woods to the back of her house. Her efforts weren't disappointed. Man sat calmly on her back deck, with her mother's shotgun cradled in his arms. She boarded the stairs, then leveled her 9mm at his chest. "Hello, Lorraine," he said conversationally. "Hope you don't mind, but I'm tired of foreplay." "Fine. Stand up and I'll shoot you." "Lorraine." He gave her a chiding look. "Didn't you learn anything 14 years ago?" "Yes," she said honestly. "Don't wait so long. And confess sooner. It does a body good." Richard Mann grinned at her charmingly. He wore black jeans and a black turtleneck, making him harder to distinguish in the falling night. His brown hair was different. He'd bleached it blonde and touched up his eyebrows and lashes. The effect was startling. From conservative young professional to aspiring rock star. Rainie understood what that meant. Richard wasn't planning on continuing his starring role as Bakersville's school counselor. In fact, he was merely attending to one last loose end before he rode off into the sunset. "I went under your deck," Richard said. "Why did you move him?" "I had my reasons." "You visited Danny today, didn't you? Surely by now you know you can talk to me. In fact, I'm probably the only person in town who can truly understand." "You're a sick, twisted bastard, Richard. I'm a cop. There's nothing you understand." He laughed with genuine amusement. "You honestly believe that, don't you, Rainie? How clever. You've manipulated your conscience into allowing yourself to live. But I'm curious. This beer thing. I've been watching you for months now, and I just have to know. When you dump the beer over your deck railing, what is it you say?" "None of your business." "And once again you disappoint. I had such aspirations for you in the beginning, but then you became prickly and dull. I'm not sure I like you anymore." "It's probably the gun," she told him. "Stand up and surrender. We'll see if that improves your feelings at all." He smiled. "No, thank you. I'm more comfortable the way things are." "I'm good at my job, you have to admit that. A good school counselor should be able to lead and inspire. And boy, did I lead and inspire. You should have seen Melissa's face at the end. She really hadn't a clue." "Is that why you came here? To gloat?" "You know why I came here." "I'm not as easy to manipulate as a 13-year-old boy," Rainie said stiffly. Richard stood abruptly. "No, you're even easier." He took a step forward. "Stop or I'll shoot." He threw the shotgun aside. "But Lorraine, I'm an unarmed man." "Don't call me that." He took another step forward. "You know you want to do it. Killing gets in the blood. Hard for the first time, so much easier after that. I've read it releases powerful chemicals in the brain. No other high quite like it. Believe me, I know. Freeze." "Come on, Lorraine. Just pull the trigger. You've been talking to Danny. You know how good it feels. You hate me. You hate me for manipulating the boy. You hate me for helping him kill those girls.
You hate me for putting him in your dreams. Yeah, I've watched you sleep. I know, it's all back in your mind. So pull the trigger, Lorraine. Do it one more sweet, satisfying time. Remember the power. Celebrate your rage. God damn it! She dropped the handgun to his kneecap, and when he took another step toward her, she fired. And the automatic weapon uttered a hollow little click.
Richard laughed. He picked up her mother's shotgun, holding it loosely in his arms. Keeping a gun in a shoebox in your closet? You don't even make my life that difficult. Rainie was still staring at her Beretta. How? I just cleaned it, loaded it. The firing pin. Filed it down a fraction of an inch, just enough so it can't hit the firing cap. That was the night you woke up, but I was already outside by then. He held up the shotgun to her gaze. You removed the firing pin. I know. I checked. Take it from me. Too obvious. Never do a lot, Lorraine. If just a little will get you by. It's grand deceptions that always come back to haunt you. I wouldn't be polishing up your lectures just yet, Rainie countered. She let the 9mm fall from her fingers, then eased back, trying to give herself more time for her next move. Her ankle holster. She'd kept the .22 locked in a box in the trunk of her police cruiser. She couldn't believe he'd been able to get to that. You're not doing too well this time. The clean shot to the forehead for Melissa Avalon. Have done it 3 times now. Always the information teacher, always a single shot to the forehead. No one's ever put the pieces together. Once a mass murderer is in custody, who starts comparing his work to other homicides? Ask your friend, Quincy. Shooting rampages are considered one-off crimes. But we knew you were involved. Please, the sabot was a calling card. Sooner or later, I needed someone to pay attention in order to have any fun. For God's sake, I gave you no lava. I even invited you to personally visit my office so you could stare at the window I used to exit the building and rendezvous with Danny outside. You could have at least considered the possibility. We did. It seemed far-fetched. Yes, well, cops have singularly linear minds, Richard conceded with a shrug. It's where you go wrong. Violence is a creative act. It requires patience and care. I've been nursing Danny O'Grady along for over a year, you know, slowly making him feel comfortable online, letting him know his feelings of rage and inadequacy are common and acceptable. Then it was easy. Met him in person. Showed him I'm a legitimate guy, his own school counselor, in fact. How can you doubt what the school counselor is telling you? You need to stand up for yourself, Danny. Show everyone, including your father, who's boss. Of course, I never mentioned Melissa Avalon. I left that as a last-minute surprise. He just had to bring the guns and his backbone. I'd help him take a stand. When we walked into the side entrance of the school, the boy was shaking like a leaf. But you should have seen the look of determination on his face. Man, I was proud. Ironically enough, I kind of felt like a father. And then I walked into the computer lab and drew down on pretty Melissa Avalon. Richard's voice lowered. He leaned forward, conspiratorially. The trick is to hesitate, he confided. Let the kid apprise the situation. Let him understand he has the chance to intervene. And then, while he's still shocked and dazed and trying to find his conscience, bam, Pull the trigger. Down goes the precious little teacher. And the kid is all yours. He didn't stand up for good. Now he's got to be evil. I told the boy to let it rip, and he bawled like a baby, but he didn't disappoint. Not bad shooting, really, considering he was too frightened to leave the doorway of the computer room. Shep might be a decent teacher after all, at least when it comes to guns. Man rocked back on his heels. He sighed and finished up contentedly. Danny killed himself 2 little girls. And as soon as everyone left the building in a wave of mass confusion, I calmly exited stage right. Piece of cake, just like the times before. Not quite. Becky saw you. Man merely shrugged. Guess she tried to play hero and find her brother. Bad break for her when she ran down the hall and discovered her own brother and school counselor holding the proverbial smoking guns. But not so bad for me. I simply threatened to kill Danny if Becky talked, and threatened to kill Becky if Danny talked. Voila. If people would raise children who were more callous, my job might actually be difficult. Without a guilty conscience, of course, there's very little to manipulate. And is that why you created Dave Duncan? Some stranger running around Seaside? More need to manipulate? Man smiled wolfishly. Come on, Rainie. A murder has been committed. What do the brilliant cops do? They line up the locals. Now, before, that was my whole advantage. I had no apparent ties to what happened, so no one ever thought to even question me. But that got boring. This time, I became a local, quite nicely if I do say so myself, but now I will be subject to questioning. And I kind of stole an identity, which might come up if somebody pushes too hard. How to cover? I know. I'll create some out-of-town stranger for you to chase. Clever and ironic. Someday I'm going to have to write a book. Not to burst your bubble, Richard, but if you're so good, why do I know you're the shooter? And Danny's admitted that you are. For that matter, I've already called and left messages for the others about you. Face it, the jig is up. Rainie was lying about having left messages for Sanders and Luke, but Man didn't seem to care. They aren't coming, Lorraine. Don't you understand that yet? Your hero, Quincy, is rushing into the arms of his ex-wife, and your friends, Detective Sanders and Officer Hayes, are dealing with another shooting across town. Or didn't you hear? It seems that someone sent Daniel Avalon a copy of a private tape his daughter made of her and her new lover, in flagrante delicto. I guess it was a little much for Mr. Avalon. He looked up good old Principal Vandersanden. He brought his favorite shotgun. Richard covered his lips delicately. Oops. It's just you and me, Lorraine. Let's talk. Why? You had your fun. What do I have to do with anything? Tell me how it felt that afternoon. Tell me how much you enjoyed killing the man who shot your mother. Go to hell. It felt great, didn't it? You don't like to admit it, but it gave you a secret thrill. And you like to relive it, don't you, Lorraine? Every time you step onto your back deck, every time you raise your beer in a silent toast to the man you blew away. Richard, I changed my mind. Rainie sat down on a nearby bench. She watched him still. "I will tell you what I say each time I dump out a beer." "What?" He was honestly breathless. "I toast my mother." Her fingers trailed down to her ankle. "You tell her off? You send her a giant post-mortem fuck you? Oh, I like that. I do the same thing once a year." "No." Her hand closed around the small handle of her gun. "I don't tell her fuck you. She tried to stop him, you asshole. She was slow to believe, but she finally told him in a few choice words. And then he blew off her head. So no, I don't tell her fuck you. I tell her I'm sorry. I tell her I should have killed him sooner. And then I tell him I hope it's hot enough down there in hell." She whipped out her .22. "Bye-bye, Richard." "Too late, Rainie. Danny's right behind you." Rainie heard a board creak. She turned reflexively and saw Danny's shocked, pale face. Too late, she realized her mistake. She tried to turn back around. She squeezed off one wild, desperate shot. Then Richard savagely slammed her mother's shotgun into the side of her head. Richard stepped forward quickly. He leveled the unfireable shotgun at Danny and said, "Give me the gun." Danny looked at Rainie's crumpled form. The boy handed over his firearm. Richard smiled, like candy from a baby. He tucked the gun in the back waistband of his jeans and left Rainie's shotgun on the deck. "Your daddy sprung you, didn't he?" The boy didn't say a word. He simply gazed hungrily at Richard's gun. Richard wasn't worried, however. Danny was too browbeaten by his father to ever do something bold. That had been half the fun. Now Richard bent over and, with some difficulty, hefted Rainie onto his shoulder. "You squealed on me, didn't you, Danny? Didn't I tell you that smart boys don't squeal? Smart boys stay quiet if they want to keep their family safe." Danny remained wordless. "Well, there's only one thing to do now," Richard said with a sigh. "We're going to have to kill your sister." "Rules, Danny. Just ask my old man. You gotta live by the rules." Quincy's flight didn't touch down in Portland until 9 p.m. Luke met him at the gate and started briefing him as they both half-walked, half-jogged to his illegally parked car. Her neighbor reported hearing a gunshot a little after 8 p.m., Luke was saying. "Frankly, we didn't get that call until nearly 9 p.m. "Why so late?" "Because we had our hands full with another shooting, and dispatch got confused." Daniel Avalon had disappeared as of yesterday afternoon. Today, he surfaced in Bakersville trying to blow off Stephen Vanderzanden's head. "Casualties?" "Not yet. Vanderzanden ended up bruised and battered, but fortunately Avalon's a lousy shot. On the other hand, Vanderzanden's wife figured out what it was about from all the cursing and swearing. I don't know yet how Vanderzanden will fare with her." "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned," Quincy murmured. Someone came barreling toward them with a cart filled with luggage. They both swerved wildly and kept running. "When did officers arrive at Rainie's house?" 15 minutes ago. So far, there's no sign of Rainie. But there are blood spatters on the deck. Sanders thinks he got her." "Any phone calls? Any gloating? He loves games. This whole thing has been one giant adventure for him."
"Yeah, well, we're trying to cut off his amusement ride. In the good news department, Sanders opened up the personnel file for Richard Mann around 6:30. First thing he saw was a black and white photo of the real Richard Mann, which certainly didn't match our favorite counselor. He'd already called for a couple of uniforms to descend upon Mann's house when the shooting started at the Van der Zanden residence. They arrived at Luke's patrol car. Quincy threw his bags on the floor and climbed in. Luke flipped on the sirens. Off they went. "What did they find at Mann's house?" Quincy asked, gripping the dashboard as Luke took a corner hard. "We found one computer. A cop hit the space bar. The monitor came up with a screen that said, 'Love you too, baby.' Then the whole thing blew up. Luckily, it was a small charge and no one was hurt." "Fuck!" Quincy slapped the dashboard. "We spent this whole dance 2 steps behind." "Yeah, and now the dance floor is getting crowded." In other news, Danny disappeared at 5:30 this evening. 2 Cabot County cops were transporting Danny to a mental facility when they ran off the road. Supposedly, when they regained consciousness, he'd already stolen the keys to his shackles and disappeared into the mist. Quincy looked at Luke. He said, "Shep?" Luke said nothing, which coming from him was a yes. "Is he in custody?" "They're still questioning him. But there's no sign of Danny, and I know Shep. He'd do anything for his son. Probably even this. But something's gone wrong. He looks like a giant bowl of jelly. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he's scared out of his mind." "You think Danny ran off on his own?" "I don't know." "You think he went to Rainie's house?" "We're dusting for prints. Ask me when the reports come back." "How well does Danny know the area?" "He's hunted here all his life. He'd do all right." "Get your hands on Shep. Have him meet us at Rainie's place." Luke didn't bat an eye. "Okay." "Ask Sanders to send 2 state troopers to the O'Grady house. I want Sandy and Becky under full police protection. According to the preliminary information, Richard Mann, or whoever he is, has done this 3 times. On each occasion it's been a mass shooting, and on each occasion there have been no witnesses. I don't think he's going to start now." Luke paled, but nodded soberly. "Luke, do you have a vest?" "Yes." "Put it on. Make sure everyone puts theirs on." "You don't think he's left town?" "I know he hasn't left town. It's the nature of the beast. Each time he has to raise the stakes in order to get the same thrill. And heaven help us, he's tired of being bored." Chapter 34. Saturday, May 19th, 10:05 p.m. Abe Sanders ran up to meet Quincy the minute he arrived at Rainie's house. The CSU was tearing up floorboards, dissecting the deck in search of trace evidence. Giant floodlights illuminated the grounds, while men in navy blue windbreakers swept the premises inch by inch with bobbing flashlights. Quincy had seen this scene hundreds of times by now, and it still struck him as surreal. He'd never even been to Rainie's home. There should be nothing here to connect to her in his mind. But when he saw the back deck framed by soaring trees, he could picture her at once, and pain socked him in the gut. Her vulnerable eyes, her stubborn chin. So much unfinished business. He had to reach out a hand to steady himself. Then he got on with the matters at hand. "What have they found?" he asked Sanders. "It's under the deck." Quincy followed Sanders around. Shep was back there as well, hunched with his chin tucked in the top of his coat against the night's chill. Luke was right. Shep looked on the verge of being ill.
If he'd been behind the jailbreak, things hadn't gone as planned. Then Quincy noticed that men were furiously working the dirt beneath the deck like a promising archaeological site. They dusted, fluoresced, and categorized. They carted away piles of dirt. "It looks like a fresh grave," Sanders was saying, "right under the deck. But all we've found so far are some old threads and gravel. They're still working on it." Quincy looked at Shep. The sheriff had thinned his lips. Quincy understood. They were looking at the final resting place of the man who had killed Rainie's mother. And Quincy also understood who had put him there. "Anything else?" Quincy asked. "We found an old shotgun," Sanders said. "Shep already identified it as the gun that was used to kill Molly Connor 14 years ago. In theory, it's an open case. So all evidence has been held in the state police's storage locker in Portland. Then 2 days ago, a young man claiming to be from the Bakersville Sheriff's Department checked out the evidence. He gave Rainie's badge number, which the doofus officer in charge never followed up on. And gee, Bakersville's newest police officer just happens to match Richard Mann's description." "He gave this some thought." "No kidding. We got a ton of fingerprints from his house, but it's going to take a while to work through the system. We've been calling him Mann, though apparently the real man is teaching in some remote village in Alaska and has no idea someone stole his identity. When he gets back to civilization, he's in for a little surprise." "Mann's still around here," Quincy said. "He'd be an idiot to remain in the area. We got guys everywhere." "He's an adrenaline junkie. He's taken it this far. He'll see it all the way through." "What do you think he's doing?" "I'm not sure anymore. In the beginning, I think he was planning on business as usual. He identified a kid who was troubled. He found an identity he could use as a ruse. It's not rushed. He's executed 3 complicated crimes in the space of 10 years. He takes his time. He's cautious. Think of what we talked about earlier. He operates with a double contingency plan. So even if you penetrate the first wall, you simply encounter the next layer of defense." "My guess is that he was too good. 2 spectacular crimes and no one came close to figuring them out. Where's the thrill in that? Where's the rush? So this time, he started to take more chances. He lingered after the shooting. He gave us more hints, but I just didn't see them. His whole little diatribe on what makes a good father." He was referring to his own issues with his father, of course. Then that little speech at the funeral on how he'd decided Danny couldn't be the shooter. Danny was too smart, too sophisticated to use blatant force. He wasn't talking about Danny. He was talking about himself. And then we get to Rainie. He brought her the shotgun, the gun most of the town believes she personally used to kill her own mother. That must have captivated him. Here's a woman who's rumored to have done exactly what he fantasized about every day of his childhood. She probably seemed glorious to him.
"You think he wanted her to run away with him? Become his partner?"
Sanders asked incredulously. Quincy shook his head. "No. I think he made the same mistake everyone else in this town has made. She didn't shoot her mother. And that deeply, deeply disappointed him." Sanders could fill in the rest.
"And if he's disappointed—"
"If we don't find them soon," Quincy said quietly, "I doubt she'll live through the night." A voice suddenly came from deep in the woods.
"Over here! Over here!"
a technician cried.
"I got something!"
They ran. There on the ground, a tiny piece of white cotton, as if torn from a t-shirt.
"They went into the woods," Sanders said triumphantly. "Quick, somebody get the dogs."
"Adjoining roads," Quincy said immediately. "Logging roads, rural routes, dirt roads, anything. Get your men on them, because he didn't come all this way on foot." Abe excitedly began making the calls, and then they were plunging into the underbrush, desperate to find a trail, desperate to find Rainie.
"Shit,"
Richard Mann said for the 5th time in about as many minutes. He staggered to a halt, wiping the heavy sweat from his brow and giving Rainie a look that was rapidly growing ragged. She pretended to ignore his hatred while lowering herself gingerly to the ground. Not the easiest thing to do with her hands tied behind her back. Her head hurt. She had regained consciousness quickly, but that hadn't done her any favors. When Richard had smacked her with the shotgun, he'd done a good job of it. Her jaw throbbed. She suspected it was broken. Her eye had swelled shut. She thought the socket might be fractured. She was starting to see double with what vision she had left, and the pain was becoming less constant but more acute. Hemorrhage, maybe? Blood clot? The possibilities were endless. At least she was having the last laugh. Her wild shot had caught Richard Mann in his right buttock as he'd swiveled around to swing the shotgun. He'd dismissed it as a mere flesh wound, but after hiking up the steep mountain for a bit, he'd taken to favoring his right leg. His walking was no longer steady. His face had become flushed. They were taking more and more breaks and stopping for longer periods of time. It was hard to tell in the dark, but she suspected he was bleeding heavily. He'd stuffed his windbreaker down his pants to bandage the wound, but he must have begun to doubt that system, for he kept pausing now to check the ground for signs of blood. "Mess with me? Get shot in the ass," Rainie thought. She smiled at her own dark humor, then promptly winced in pain. Danny was still with them, now sitting quietly beside Rainie. He had yet to say a word. He simply walked, his head ducked low, and his hands stuck in the pants pockets of his blue surgical scrubs. The night was cold. He kept fidgeting with his white cotton undershirt as if trying to get warm. Rainie wished there was more she could do for him. Hell, at this point, with the trees swaying sickeningly in front of her eyes, she wished there was more she could do for herself. How had Danny gotten out of the detention center? And why had he come to her back porch? Had he suspected Richard Mann might show up there? Had he wanted to help her? Or was he still Richard's accomplice? She thought of what Quincy had said yesterday. Once the dominant partner got the other to kill, it became too difficult for the weaker one to walk away. And Danny had killed. He had told her about it today, in a thin, high voice that sounded as fragile as a reed. She didn't know anymore. She was trying to hold the thoughts together in her mind, sort through them, come up with a plan. Her face was on fire, and the pain was becoming more intense. Mann staggered back to his feet. His flashlight swung wildly. It illuminated 2 dark spots on the dusty trail and made him curse. The man was bleeding quite nicely. He kicked up dirt over the blood, grabbed a tree limb to rake over their trail, and gave Rainie a look that was downright feral. "Up," he snarled. "I think I'm going to vomit," Rainie murmured. "Up!" "Okay," she said. She leaned forward and threw up on his shoes. "Fuck me!"
Man leapt back 2 feet, kicking furiously at bushes and needles in a vain attempt to get the puke off his shoes. His arms flailed. His face had gone purple. Rainie didn't hesitate. Maybe it wasn't a pretty plan, but it was as good as it was going to get. "Run!" she yelled at Danny. "Run!" And then she hurled herself at Man. They went down in a tangle of bodies, the gun flying from his grasp. She heard Man thrashing and swearing. It seemed his legs and feet were everywhere, and she instinctively tried to protect her head. Her eye, oh God, her cheek was exploding on her. But she couldn't bring her hands up. They were tied behind her back, leaving her churning on the ground like a helpless worm. Richard went after her with a vicious kick. She barely rolled out of the way, then he abruptly backed off. Shit! He was going for the gun. She rolled back and kicked him as hard as she could in the back of his knee. His legs folded beneath him. She went after his shot-up hip with her pummeling feet. She couldn't see any sign of Danny. Please let him run away. If she could buy time, give him a chance to get farther away. Richard was trying to get to his feet again. She saw his gaze go to the handgun he must have snatched from Danny, which was now lying just 4 feet away in the dirt. He gritted his teeth and lunged. She rolled to the right as quickly as she could and managed to kick him in the side of the head. "Damn bitch," he swore. Then he suddenly got a curious smile on his face. He reached out and curled his hand around a big helping of pine needles and dirt. Rainie ducked her head. She closed her eyes to protect herself, but she had no hands to hide her bloody face as he flung the dust and needles at her head. She spluttered, blinked reflexively, and buried 8 tiny needles in her one good eye. God damn it! It hurt. Hurt worse than she'd imagined pain feeling. Hurt even worse than all those years ago when she'd been so small and helpless. Fuck that. She would not be small. She would not be helpless. She went after Richard Man with her pummeling legs and realized for the first time that he was laughing. He was standing now, not even going after the gun. He just stood there, watching her writhe on the ground and finding it funny. Going someplace, Lorraine? Bastard! He laughed again. She rolled toward Richard Man with a kamikaze yell, and he calmly kicked her in the damaged side of her face. Lights exploded. She saw blazing, fantastical colors, followed by a white-hot blur, and then the corresponding agony ripped a scream from her lips. Had enough yet, Lorraine? Want to taste a little more? She started rolling again. She couldn't see, just felt him coming after her and knew what kind of pain he'd like to inflict next. She wanted to be fierce and brave, but the pain was too much, and now she fled in the dirt, rolling, 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 seeking some desperate way out. Her kneecap smacked into a tree trunk. She howled. Man laughed. Footsteps coming closer, faster, faster. She switched directions suddenly, working on memory only, and ripped her way across the earth. The gun, the gun, the gun! Somewhere around her, the gun. No! Richard Man yelled suddenly. And then she knew she had him. She rolled on top of the 9mm and grabbed it with her bloodied fingertips. What are you going to do, Lorraine? Man taunted breathlessly. Shoot it with your kneecaps? She said hoarsely with her back to him. Halt! Police! Hand it over, Lorraine. Be a good girl, and I promise I'll kill you quickly. Footsteps coming closer. Her wet, slippery fingers frantically trying to orient the heavy pistol, find the trigger. The sound of Man's ragged breath bearing down on her. She couldn't see him, had little hope of aiming. Just tried to find the trigger. Pull it back. Do something, even if she only ended up winging his big toe. The gun slipped again. She was doomed. Man bending over her, Man rearing back his leg to kick her in the face. Halt! Police! Flashlights suddenly flooded the area.
Rainie tried to focus her dirt-filled eyes. The lights were too bright, the voices too far away. Her fingers reclaimed the gun as she turned her head and saw Richard Mann gazing toward the lights. He was breathing hard. So was she. His face was ugly and mottled with rage. And hers? "Fuck them!" Richard Mann snarled. He reared back to wallop her in the head, and Rainie pulled the trigger. Richard Mann dropped to the earth, just as 3 other officers opened fire. Rainie rolled over. She lay 3 feet from Mann's body and watched the hate slowly dim and die out of his eyes. A moment later, Quincy came forward. Rainie knew him by his smell as he bent down and cradled her against his chest. "I came as fast as I could," he murmured. "I told you that I would." She could see the others now. Abe Sanders, Luke Hayes, Shep O'Grady, and Danny, standing with his father's arm around his thin shoulders and tears on his cheeks. "How did you find us?" she asked. "Danny left us a trail with pieces of his t-shirt. He's been ripping them off and dropping them down his pants leg." Danny said simply, "I'm smart." Rainie turned her face into Quincy's embrace then. His arms were warm, his heartbeat strong. He felt so nice. "I'm finally being held," she thought. And then she started to cry. She wept for Danny, who had caused so much death, and she wept for herself and what she knew she must do next. Epilogue. 2 weeks later. The sun was out when Rainie descended the stairs of Cabot County's courthouse. She wore jeans and a simple white t-shirt, tucked in and belted at the waist. The days were already warm with the promise of summer, and after 4 hours in an office, she enjoyed the feel of spring on her face. The Bakersville task force had been busy in the days since Richard Mann's shooting. Abe Sanders had gotten his wish, formal jurisdiction over the case. He'd also gotten more federal agents breathing down his throat than any one man could handle. The fingerprint results had been stunning. Richard Mann was really Henry Hawkins of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Born to a domineering Army lieutenant and his meek librarian wife, Hawkins had moved a dozen times in his childhood. He'd grown up hard, according to his journal, steeped in guns and his father's quick fists. He'd mastered a chameleon personality as he'd shuffled from town to town, school to school, and he'd honed his rage. At his father's harsh ways, at the other children who always saw him as an outsider, at his mother, who never stood up for herself or him. At the age of 20, Hawkinson's parents died unexpectedly in a car crash, robbing him of any chance for retaliation or forgiveness. And his homicidal rampage began. At this point, the FBI had linked him to 2 other school shootings. They were revisiting those cases now, interviewing the boys who'd craved notoriety so badly they'd gone to prison rather than admit someone else had been involved. The Phoebes were also looking into a handful of other shootings, where children had lashed out unexpectedly while Hawkins was living in their town. No doubt some cases were coincidences. They weren't sure, however, that would be true for them all. Hawkins still owned his parents' house in Minnesota. He had armed it with a number of pipe bombs and booby traps to make the investigators' lives more interesting. It slowed down efforts, but didn't stop them. Sanders was leading that raid, and Hawkins had met his match in the state detective's meticulous nature. It would probably be months, maybe even a year, before the last of the evidence was processed. Not that it would matter to Henry Hawkins.
With no one to claim his body, he'd been laid to rest in Potter's Field. Danny's case was also being revisited. Shep and Sandy were now working with Charles Rodriguez on a plea arrangement. There was still a long road ahead for Danny. He had killed 2 little girls, and even understanding that he'd been influenced by a savvy outsider didn't change that fact. There should be barriers in all of this, the DA had argued this morning. Lines we should know better than to cross. And one of those barriers should be resistance to taking human life. Danny hadn't possessed that barrier, and that had to be addressed. In the end, it appeared that Danny would enter an admission to the charge of aggravated murder in return for a guarantee of remaining under juvenile court's jurisdiction. There, he would receive a disposition of serving at a youth correctional facility for a period not to exceed his 25th birthday. The Oregon Youth Authority would formally assume custody over him, conducting a new mental health assessment and providing resources for his treatment. It would be up to the OYA to determine when he was ready for parole. Sandy and Shep put their house up for sale. Chances were that Danny would end up at the Hillcrest facility in Salem, so they were looking to relocate there. Shep was interviewing with various security companies. Though most suspected that he'd engineered the car crash that allowed Danny to escape, there was no proof of wrongdoing, so his record remained clear. Sandy wanted to focus on her children and become more active in reforming juvenile law. Technically, they remained married. Though the last time Rainie had seen them, she'd witnessed few moments of intimacy. She had a feeling they'd reached a point of living together, but separately. Maybe they thought it was better that way for Becky. Rainie reached the bottom of the courthouse steps. She was trying to decide whether to head immediately to her car or spend the rest of the sunny afternoon walking around town, when she heard a voice behind her. "Hello, Rainie." Rainie turned and spotted him immediately. She smiled before she thought to stop herself, and then it was too late to take it back. Quincy leaned against the stone wall, wearing one of his expensively cut suits and a conservative blue tie. It had been 2 weeks since she'd last seen him. Following the scene on the mountainside, he'd flown immediately to the sites of the other Hawkins school shootings to handle the reopening of those cases. She imagined he'd been flying all over the country since, interviewing youths and juggling more crime scene photos. Now he was in front of her, and she no sooner looked at him than she realized she'd missed him. He was smiling at her. Maybe he'd missed her too. "Hey," she said. "Shep told me you'd be here." "I didn't know he spoke to federal agents." "Neither did he." Quincy motioned to an empty spot beside him. She made a big show of wandering over, trying not to move too fast. He smelled good. Someday, she'd have to ask him about his cologne, because damn, she liked that scent. "How are things going?" she asked. "That was going to be my question." "Things are looking up for Danny," she offered. "A lot of people have come out to support him. Not that they condone his actions, but Henry Hawkins, Richard Mann, Dave Duncan fooled the entire town, including the school district. After that, it's easier to understand his impact on one troubled child." "And Becky?" "Better." The minute Sandy told her Richard Mann was dead, the weight lifted off her shoulders. Apparently, in the confusion of the shooting, she ran to find her brother. Unfortunately, she spotted him and Richard Mann together in the computer lab, not far from Miss Avalon's body. Richard told her if she talked, he'd kill Danny, and if Danny talked, Richard would kill Becky. He was right, you know. Simple strategies can be highly effective. Well, now he and the devil can debate the matter to their heart's content.
Quincy's smile lifted the corner of his mouth. The familiar expression tugged at her. She wished she didn't feel so awkward. She wished she could touch him.
"Rainie," he asked quietly, "how are you?"
She shrugged. There was no point in lying anymore. This was the new and improved Lorraine Connor, telling the truth until it hurt. "I've been better."
"Is the DA going to press charges?"
"Don't know."
She jerked her head toward the courthouse.
"My attorney and I just had a meeting to hear our options. Funky thing, Oregon law. I thought since I shot Lucas when I was 17, it would fall under juvenile jurisdiction. Nope. In Oregon, it's the age I am when it comes to the attention of the court that matters, not the age when I committed the crime. That means man 1, up to 5 years jail time. The DA said that given the nature of the extenuating circumstances, he might be willing to deal down to less than a year, served locally. All I have to do is plead guilty to a felony murder charge. I wasn't expecting that."
Rainie didn't have to say anything more. Quincy understood. A felony charge would bar her from law enforcement for the rest of her life. She wouldn't be able to get a job working security. She wouldn't even have the right to carry a gun. "Can't you fight it?" Quincy asked after a moment. "Plead not guilty due to diminished mental capacity? Or argue you acted in a dissociative state brought on by the trauma of your mother's murder?"
"You sound like my lawyer. She doesn't think the state has a leg to stand on. Frightened 17-year-old girl, rampaging suspected murderer with more tattoos than morals. She considers this case a slam dunk."
"So you're pleading not guilty," Quincy said.
Rainie merely smiled. She peered up at the blue sky, turning over facts that were still new and troubling to her. "I think I want to plead guilty and give full allocution," she said quietly.
"Why? You have a need to eat jail food?"
"I think I just need to tell Quincy. I need to get it out in the open. What I did 14 years ago was horrible. And you were right. No matter how long it has been, it will never be long enough."
"He raped you, Rainie."
"Yes."
"Did you try to go to your mother?"
"Yes."
"But she didn't believe you."
"No. And then I went to Shep." For the first time, Quincy was surprised.
"He knew?"
"I wanted to press charges, but Shep didn't believe me. He was just starting out, and I was a 17-year-old girl from the wrong side of town. No one gets out of life without a few regrets."
"So you went back to your mother?"
Quincy deduced. "No, I just went home. I didn't know what else to do. But I guess she just needed time to think about it. I'm not sure. Later that night, Lucas came over. Drunk. What else was new? They had a huge fight, and she threw him out, yelling at him to keep his stinking hands off her daughter. I think that's the first time I felt proud of my mother. The first time I had hope that things might be better. Then I came home the next day, and Lucas had shot off her head."
"And Shep was remorseful?"
"Not when he arrested me. But Bakersville didn't have any female officers, so he had to take me to Cabot County for processing. There a woman made me strip so she could bag my bloody clothes as evidence. And I was pretty damaged from what had happened. When she left the room, I heard her tell Shep that either my boyfriend really liked it rough, or I'd spent a long night with the Hells Angels. Poor Shep. Couldn't have been fun to realize what a mistake he'd made."
"Did he give you the shotgun, Rainie?"
"No. At that point, I think he simply saw the error of his ways."
Between my condition and the neighbor's report on the time of the gunshot, they put out an APB on Lucas. They figured he'd flee the scene, but I wasn't convinced. He didn't have a lot of money. He specialized in being a mean son of a bitch. I think I just knew he'd come back. That had been the point. My mother was dead. Now he could do as he pleased. I didn't have any more weapons. I wasn't old enough to legally buy a gun. The shotgun was the only thing I knew about. So I went downtown. I waited until 6 o'clock when the sheriff locked up the office for the night. I knew the volunteer officers were out on patrol. If any other business came up, the department's answering machine told you how to reach the sheriff at home, so everything was deserted and safe. I broke into the sheriff's office. There wasn't an alarm? Rainie raised a brow. In Bakersville? Who's dumb enough to break into a sheriff's office anyway? Even now, one of us forgets to lock up half the time. It's not like we have a decent coffee maker to protect. You have evidence, though. In a separate evidence locker in the back. These days we use a safe. Very solid, hard to penetrate. 14 years ago, however, it was a basic lockbox. I picked it open with a hairpin. And I took my shotgun home. Quincy sighed, rubbed the bridge of his nose. He obviously knew where things were going from here. Lucas showed up, he said. He walked right up to the sliding glass door before seeing me. And then he smiled, like this was going to be even more fun than he'd thought. He slid open the door. I shot him point-blank range in the chest. Wouldn't you know it? He died with that same goddamn grin on his face. Why didn't you call the cops, Rainie? You could have claimed self-defense. I was a kid. I didn't know the legal system. I just knew my heart, and in my heart it wasn't self-defense. He had hurt me. He had taken away my mother, and I wanted him dead. I wanted him wiped from the face of the earth. And I'd taken my mother's shotgun home just for that. You buried him under the deck. Took me all night. And then you ran away, Quincy concluded. She nodded. I took off for Portland and spent the next 4 years trying to drown every image in my head. What about his car, Rainie? What about any neighbors reporting the sound of a gunshot? My neighbor had left for a fishing trip. There was no one around. Fine. What about the fact that 1 minute Lucas was in Bakersville and the next he disappeared? What about the fact that your mother's shotgun just happened to disappear from the evidence locker one night, only to magically reappear sometime later? This doesn't sound like rocket science to me. Shep should have been searching your place by the end of the week, tops. You didn't even hide the body well. Rainie didn't say anything. After a moment, Quincy sighed. He let it go, didn't he? No harm, no foul. Remind me never to let Shep feel as if he owes me a favor. It's a small town, Quincy, and small-town policing. The rules are sometimes different. What goes around comes around. It's not always just, but it can be right. For the record, to this day, Shep and I have never spoken of it. Of course not. That would make a conspiracy. I was prepared to pay for what I'd done, Rainie countered immediately. In many ways, that might have been better. I could have gotten it out in the open. I could have faced it, put it in perspective, paid my dues. Instead, she faltered for the first time. Lucas had a wife and a kid. I took him from them. For 14 years, they haven't even known what happened to him. I should have known that. Even if I hated him,
I shouldn't have forgotten that he was human. Rodriguez is right. There are certain barriers we shouldn't cross, and one of them is the willingness to take a life. He would have gone after you that night, Quincy said gently. But that's the point, Quincy. I'll never know. I killed him first, and that makes me no better. Rainie. She held up a hand. No platitudes. I did my deed. Now I'm going to get to pay for that. Responsibility and accountability. They're not such bad things. You know why I dug him up that night? Why? Because I was afraid Richard Mann would take him away from me. When we first got the call about a man bragging that he had proof I'd killed my mother, I don't know. I just flashed to Lucas under my deck, and this strange dream I'd had the night before of a man standing there, the man in black. Suddenly I was terrified. That it had been the killer on my back deck. That he'd discovered the body, and when I walked into Dave Duncan's hotel room, that would be the first thing I'd see. Lucas's corpse waiting to greet me. But then I walked in and the room was empty, and I realized I wasn't relieved. In fact, I was even more anxious. What if he still knew? What if he'd taken the body? And then I'd have no proof of what I'd done, and I needed that proof. I needed to confess what happened. Danny had made that clear to me. So what happens now, Rainie? She had to take a moment. In spite of her best intentions, the answer to that question made her throat close up. She worked on clearing it. She still sounded husky as she said, "The mayor asked me to resign last week." Quincy looked immediately pained. "You know," she said more briskly, "there's just something about a cop with a corpse under her deck that people don't like. And here I'd finally managed to impress a tight-ass like Sanders. But Luke's in charge now. He'll do a good job." "You could move. Start over someplace else." "Not if I plead guilty. Things like that are hard to explain away during a job interview." "What do you feel is your biggest weakness?" Last time I was pissed off and under stress, I shot a man." She shook her head in disgust. "Is that why you want to plead guilty?" Quincy asked levelly. "To punish yourself further?" "I killed someone." "Who raped you and shot your mother all within 48 hours. Post-traumatic stress syndrome. Dissociative state. These aren't magical terms psychologists have come up with to confuse juries, Rainie. They are genuine syndromes, well documented and well known, as your lawyer can tell you. You were 17 years old. You were frightened. And Lucas came back to get you. Your lawyer's right. There isn't a jury in this world that will find you guilty. Now how can 12 strangers have more faith in you, Rainie, than you do?" Rainie couldn't answer. Her throat had closed up again. She looked down and resolutely studied the cracks on the sidewalk. "If you really want to move on with your life, Rainie," Quincy said gently, "move on. Forgive yourself. Go to trial and give the jury a chance to forgive you as well. You're a good person. You're a great police officer. Ask anyone in Bakersville. Ask Sanders. Ask Luke. Ask me. I'm an arrogant federal agent, and I would be honored to work with you again." "Oh, shut up, Quincy. Now you're making me cry." He was. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes and sniffled roughly. "Damn Fed." "What are you going to do?" "You might have a point." "Of course I have a point. I'm the expert." "I still have so much to learn." "Rainie." "No, don't say it." "How do you know what I'm going to say?" He tried to reach for her. She stepped out of his grasp, already shaking her head. Because I do. Because for a man who's been to so many crime scenes, you still have a romantic view of life. But it'll never work, so just don't say it. She made a firm no-crossing signal with her hands. I want to take you out to dinner, he said calmly. You are such an ass. I'm promising lo mein with green tea. I'm hoping this time we'll both eat. For Christ's sakes, you're not staying, Quincy. You're an agent. You love your job. You're good at your job. I'm just a stop along the way. I could stop a lot. It's the advantage of being a big shot. Why? To watch me cash my unemployment checks? Rainie, it's true, and we both know it. You're you, Quincy. You know who you are and where you're going, and that's great. But I'm me, and me is a mess. I liked being a cop. God, I liked being a cop. I don't know what comes next. I have to figure it out. And I guess I have to go through a trial. And I can't do that with you watching. I liked being your co-worker. I won't be your charity case. Rainie, he sounded exasperated. Then he simply sounded sincere. I missed you these last 2 weeks. I drove myself crazy thinking about you. People said only civil things to me, and I honestly resented it. I wanted you instead. Rainie shook her head again. He wasn't making this easy for her. She felt longing. In all honesty, she felt pain. The scent of his cologne haunted her. It made her want to lean into his hard frame. He would hold her. He had done so that night, and it was one of the few precious memories she had. But she still knew better. He had a hero complex, and she was too proud to be a damsel in distress. Another minute passed. Quincy's shoulders finally slumped. He shook his head, and it was his turn to stare at the ground. Rainie stuffed her hands in the back pockets of her jeans. I gotta go, she said after a moment, looking at everything but him. He didn't say anything, and she figured that was that. She started walking back down the cheery street, and the sun was so bright in her eyes it brought on tears. She turned at the last minute. She shouldn't do it. She did it anyway. Quincy? He quickly, hopefully looked up. Maybe someday when things are going a little better. Maybe I could come visit. And he said honestly, I can hardly wait.
The end. You've been listening to The Third Victim by Lisa Gardner, narrated by C.J. Critt. Popular author Lisa Gardner took a moment recently to speak with Recorded Books about her writing. You'll find that interview on the final cassette or disc. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends Out of the Shadows by Kay Hooper, narrated by C.J. Critt, and Prana to Surfy and Other Stories by Ruth Rendell, narrated by Jenny Sterlin. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So to order another recorded book, or for a copy of our latest listing, please call us using the toll-free number found on the back of the book. You can order by phone, with any major credit card, or by writing to us, or by faxing us. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. On our website, you can browse the catalog, hear about the latest releases, place orders, or tune into narrator profiles and author interviews, so visit us there at www.recordedbooks.com. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader. Recorded Books presents The Author Talks, a conversation with Lisa Gardner, hosted by Denise Longtoe. New York Times best-selling author Lisa Gardner sold her first novel when she was 20 years old. In 1993, she graduated magna cum laude from the University of Pennsylvania with a degree in international relations. This popular author took a moment recently to talk with the Recorded Book studio about her writing. The following is her conversation with Denise Long-To, host of the Author Talks.
Today, from the studios of Recorded Books in Manhattan, we're delighted to be speaking with New York Times best-selling author Lisa Gardner from her home state of Rhode Island. Welcome, Lisa, and thank you for visiting with us today.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here.
Lisa is the author of the book which you've just heard, The Third Victim. Lisa, can you tell our listeners what the genesis of the idea for your book was?
Well, I originally grew up in the Oregon area, and as many listeners may be aware, we had a pretty big school shooting that took place in Springfield, Oregon. A lot of my family is in education. They're teachers in those kinds of schools, and we all started talking quite a bit about what causes these school shootings, what can be done to help prevent future school shootings, and what are some of the repercussions on both our educators, our families, our children. And that just really got me going on the idea, and partly out of just a personal interest to understand this phenomenon better, I started doing a lot of research, and from there I came up with the idea for the novel.
And the idea of the story in terms of the serial killer, I hope this is an original idea. This hasn't happened, has it?
No, this is original idea. One of the things that happens often in publishing is you can start with an idea, but then you also must bring in your publisher. And my publisher, Bantam's perspective was they were willing to publish a topical novel to let me explore a topical issue, but I am a thriller writer. My primary goal must always be to entertain, and therefore they wanted it carried out in a unique and, well, frankly, in the thriller market these days, a violent way as possible, and hence I came up with the idea of a serial school shooter kind of phenomena, so to speak.
And how has been the response from your readership?
The readership response has been excellent. Actually, I was very honored to get some mail from people who are professionals in this field of juvenile law, dealing with juveniles suffering from attachment disorder, telling me how surprised and delighted they were at my handling of the subject. They felt it was very accurate and very enlightening and could help the layperson understand better what was going on with those kids. On a sadder note, there was also a school shooting in California just shortly after this book came out, and I got a lot of response from readers on that too, on just how sad it was to be reading a novel and then turn on the news and see it yet again.
What comes first for you? You have the genesis of an idea that you're interested in, and then do you go to character or to plot?
You know, it's different each and every time. For this particular book, I had an idea first, partly just because it was one of the few novels I've done with a topical current event in it. For most of my other novels, I would say the character has come first. I think what motivates me as a writer is I'm very interested in people and why we do what we do. So, for example, the supervisory special agent Pierce Quincy, who is in The Third Victim, has run through my other novels, and it's just become a very strong character in my mind. And I then came up with yet another idea, just simply to be able to explore him more, and that will be my next novel, The Next Accident.
And is Officer Rainie Connor going to be featured again?
Yes, she will also be featured in The Next Accident.
So they have a future.
Yes, I get so much positive response from them, but even after writing the book itself, The Third Victim, I really wanted to explore their relationship more. I kind of ran out of room in The Third Victim, so I thought, well, they just need a whole new book. Then I can do so much more.
Tell us about your process, Lisa. Do you outline your books assiduously?
Well, sometimes when I feel like I'm in my good writer mode, I do outline, but I find from experience that I often stray. One of the issues with an outline when you're a suspense author is the scene that happens next is the scene that's the first idea that comes to your mind. Unfortunately, it will also be the first idea that comes to the reader's mind. And since you constantly need to be surprising your audience, taking the book in unexpected directions, you need to come up with the more obtuse idea. So really, it's just a reiteration process. I start down one stretch. I kind of think I know what's going to happen next. Then I'll get there. I'll think, well, that's too obvious. And I spend a lot of time playing in my garden until I come up with the idea that isn't so obvious.
It helps to garden.
Yes, hobbies come in handy, I think, or it could just be my procrastinator streak.
Can you tell us about the development of your characters and how you bring them alive on the page? And let's begin with Officer Rainie Connor.
These aren't the easy questions for a writer. I'm not sure we all are aware how exactly that process works. So much of it is organic. I wanted a tough character. I wanted someone a little bit sassy, but I wanted someone vulnerable. Growing up in Oregon, though I haven't lived there for over 10 years now, I wanted to capture some of that personality. There is kind of an Oregonian, a freer spirit, someone more independent, a bit rugged, and I really wanted to encapsulate that in Rainie Connor. And some of the ideas just came from there, and some of it came from just I'm always constantly reading true crime novels. I talk a lot with police officers. As I spoke with them, some of the experiences they had helped flesh out her job, which helped me learn more about her. And actually the incident with her mother is based upon a true case that did happen that I read about, or actually I think I heard about when I was taking a class on crime scene here at the University of Rhode Island. And that's what gave me the idea for that.
And let's talk about some of your other characters. As you said, Pierce Quincy, the FBI profiler, is in some of your earlier novels. What's it like to develop a character through various books?
You know, it's really interesting. Pierce Quincy originally didn't exist. When I wrote the very first draft of my first novel, The Perfect Husband, I sold it to Bantam, and it did not have police procedure in it. And my publisher came back to me and said they loved the hero and heroine in it, but they felt that all the police activity needed to happen on stage. Could I incorporate that as a subplot and put it in the novel kind of retroactively? And that's actually how I came up with the idea of an FBI agent. I needed a profiler. I needed an expert. And really, that's how Pierce Quincy was born, at the request of my publisher. And at that time, I think I was content with him as just an expert secondary character. But I really must have struck a chord. I received so much mail on him, so much interest in him after that book. And then I just started thinking about him more and more and developing more of his past. And I guess he just grew on me as both an interesting character and as someone deserving of that, our so-called happily ever after. And things took off from there.
And your other characters, Sandy, for instance, or Shep, can you talk about them?
I felt it was very important to handle the family of a school shooter. They're so much a part of what is going on. They're so controversial in the public image. Are the parents to blame? Are they victims, or are they perpetrators of the crime? That felt very strongly to me that needed to be in the novel. But I didn't want it to be black and white. I wanted it to be a mother who you could feel her pain too, who you could feel her confusion and her very open doubts. Did she cause this? I mean, so much of parenting is with the best intentions, but the kids don't come with manuals, so it doesn't get easy. And that was my genesis for her character. And then I think she just needed a foil, and that was kind of Shep, the stubborn father, the one convinced that it could not have been his son. And I think in his own way he's sympathetic, but he is a harder character.
Was Danny difficult to create and get inside his head?
Danny was very difficult. I actually didn't know how I was going to handle that until I handled it. Because it's a thriller, I needed a suspect that we kind of thought did it, but maybe didn't do it. I didn't want him to be the arch villain, but I didn't want him to be overly sympathetic, because if he did do this crime, I mean, that's a horrible thing to have done. So I was trying to capture all those areas in between. And I was actually surprised. Every now and then as a writer, when you go to write a difficult character, they come easily. Danny just kind of happened for me, though I really couldn't tell you why.
How important is backstory or personal history in a thriller? In this particular book, Rainie's background is in fact key to the story. Is that an element of a thriller, or is it particular to this novel?
I don't think backstory has to be an element to a thriller. It really depends upon your style as a writer. There are a lot of thrillers we call more police procedurals, where the characters themselves are not as important as the events and the kind of the legalese that is thrown into the novel. For me personally, it is the characters I'm fascinated by. And while I didn't originally plan it this way, The Third Victim very much to me became a character study of Rainie Connor. And some of that actually just developed through the course of the novel. It wasn't explicit at the beginning. I think I just really became more interested in her, and I thought she became a good proxy for the reader and their own doubts and their own pain and their own need to know what really did happen in this town on that afternoon. And that's what really drove me to develop her more and more and to give her a richer backstory than I had originally planned.
You've mentioned police procedurals and procedures several times now, and also taking a sort of crime course. Can you tell our listeners about the research that is required to write these types of books?
I do a lot of research for my novels. I think one of the trends right now in thrillers is that we want them to be more authentic. Thomas Harris started that. Patricia Cornwell does a fabulous job. So readers are looking for all those little details. They want to feel they're actually in that law enforcement world. I don't personally have a background in this area, so for me to capture that, I do a lot of interviewing with actual law enforcement. I went and I spoke to a small town sheriff to do the procedures and to encapsulate the procedures going on in The Third Victim. Also, when I have the opportunity, I try to take classes in that area. For example, it just so happened that the University of Rhode Island, which has a fabulous crime scene lab, was offering a course, I think it was intended for security guards, not necessarily authors, on crime scene preservation. And as part of that, we got to tour the lab. I've taken classes on shooting, though I'm not a huge fan of guns. It's again something I use in my books, so to the extent that I can understand them and have some experience with them, the truer experience I can communicate to my reader.
The town itself of Bakersville, Oregon, is essentially a character. You said you grew up there. Can you talk about that particular setting and why it was important to your story?
Yes, people who are Oregonians actually have all figured it out. Bakersville is not a true name of a town in Oregon, but it doesn't take much to know that that's really Tillamook, Oregon. In fact, I get lots of mail from Oregonians going, that was really Tillamook, right? And of course, they're correct. My grandparents on both sides of my family have been lifelong residents of Tillamook, which is a small coastal dairy community. I spent my summers there growing up on their farm, and it was just a really special, neat place, kind of a slice of small-town Americana that I think we're all somewhat nostalgic for now, but also just a really neat experience. And I just wanted to bring that to the novel, and I wanted to show that strength of community and how it can also bring us together and also tear us apart.
What was the most difficult challenge for you personally in writing this book?
The most difficult time I had writing this novel is that I started it actually 4 months before Columbine. And I had just been doing all this research. I had been speaking to experts in both the field of mass murder and in juvenile violence. And then I came home from running errands one day, and my husband was like, "You won't believe what's on TV." And it just struck so close to home to have to watch Columbine, because it was literally the night before when I had spoken to an expert in juvenile mass murders who had said that it is not a matter of if, it's only a matter of when that we will have the next shooting. And after just reading so much on how they could have been prevented, things that we need to be aware of, to see it happening again and on such a huge scale was so disheartening. And for a while I had to put the book away. It became too real. It wasn't fiction anymore, and that made it too difficult to write.
Do you think a book like this actually helps, or does it encourage these situations?
It's a good question. It was important to me that it actually help and not encourage the situation. I didn't want to give a lot of details about how Danny got the guns, for instance. I didn't want anyone read this and to get ideas for how one could break into a gun safe. I tried not to give a lot of details about how weapons got into the school or how things were done, because I didn't want to encourage it. My goal was to try to give people, much like myself or you or any of our listeners, an idea of why this is happening, and that there are some steps, some very practical steps we can all take to be on the lookout for juveniles who are at risk for mass murder, or, be aware of our own children, nieces, nephews, grandchildren, whatever, and the warning signs so that we can help them proactively and not keep having to experience these events on the news.
How long did the book take you to write, Lisa?
This book took me a long time. Well, I'm trying to think of it myself. I guess in the end it was a year and a half, because I started it, stopped, and then eventually did go back to it. I just needed to take a break after Columbine, and of course there was concern on my publisher's part of whether we should continue with this project, then what was the best way of continuing with the project. This whole issue of would it be a book that would encourage school shooting was an issue, and was something we all spent a great deal of time discussing. So this book was one of the longer books for me.
Lisa, you've written 2 prior thrillers that have been very successful, The Other Daughter and The Perfect Husband. Could you tell our listeners a little bit about each book in case they were interested in going out and reading them?
Certainly. The Perfect Husband is my first novel. It takes place in Massachusetts. It was actually based on kind of an extension of Ted Bundy's life. I don't know how many listeners are aware, but Ted Bundy, while he was in prison, did marry and father a child. And I became very interested in what would happen if you got to go through the rest of your life as the ex-wife of a serial killer. That was the genesis for The Perfect Husband. In this case, the wife actually figures out that her husband is a serial killer, helps put him in prison, and in return he breaks out of prison and seeks her out with the intent of killing her for revenge. And that is also the novel that first introduces Pierce Quincy as the FBI agent trying to help protect the wife and prevent Jim Beckett from killing again. The Other Daughter looks at the second half of this equation. What would happen if you were the child of a serial killer? It is also set in Boston and has to do with Melanie Stokes, who is adopted, or she's abandoned at the hospital with no memory of her past, is adopted by a wealthy couple in Boston, believes she has the perfect life until 15 years later when a tabloid reporter shows up and alleges that she is actually the daughter of a serial killer executed in Texas, and that he believes her parents bartered her in exchange for the death of their own daughter. And that gets that book off and running. It's a very intense read about family dynamics and that the things that you don't know can kill you.
What drew you to this particular genre? I know you began as a romance writer. Was it the commercial appeal of it?
No, as a romance writer, I was always doing romantic suspense. So there was always a suspense element in the novels. And 13 books later, it was really the suspense aspect that started to appeal to me more and more. And I just wanted to delve deeper into that. And I also read a lot of suspense, so that got me more interested in it as well. And I think it's just a natural evolution for an artist that at a certain stage we want to try something different. And that's what brought me to suspense.
What sort of books do you like to read? And I assume you read a great deal in this particular genre to keep yourself on your toes. Is that true?
I read a great deal. I've always been a huge reader. I read a great deal of both thrillers and also true crime as well. Anne Rule is one of my favorite novels. I also read a lot of homicide textbooks, but I don't recommend that as much to your average listener. I'm a big fan of John Sanford.
Who we've interviewed here. I interviewed him about a month ago.
Oh, that must have been fun.
Yes, it was. He's a very, very interesting writer.
Let's see, I also read a lot of Jeffrey Deaver, Thomas Harris, Patricia Cornwell. I'm reading Nelson DeMille right now and enjoying that a great deal. Tammy Hoag, Iris Johansson. There's just some wonderful thriller writers out there right now.
Now, is Gardner your real name, or is it a tip of the hat to Earl Stanley?
Gardner is a pseudonym, but I grew up reading a ton of Earl Stanley Gardner, and that is partly what helped me come up with the name Gardner.
Either that or the Boston Gardners, but I didn't think it was that.
No, actually, since I'm an Oregonian, I was not aware of the Boston Gardners.
So, what kind of rewriting do you do? To tell us about that.
It generally takes me personally a few iterations to get a novel right. I come up with an idea, I do some research, I'll draft the novel, The drafting part can be fairly quick, 3 or 4 months. But generally in drafting, it's all your first ideas. And I think for thrillers, when you need that tight feel, you need things that are keeping the reader guessing, you have to go kind of, at least for me, I need to go back through the novel to get that degree of tightness and to come up with the unexpected. So I will spend another 3 to 4 months rewriting the novel.
And what's the most important ingredient in a suspense novel?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I'm going to guess pacing. To be a true thriller, it really needs to be that edge of your seat. Each chapter makes you desperate for what will happen in the next chapter. These books are designed to be one-sitting reads, to put you on that roller coaster ride.
And can anyone essentially learn it since it is a craft?
I think popular fiction, more than any other genre, you have to teach yourself. We do lots of courses anymore for literary writing, for the great American novel. But if what you're interested in is, so-called pulp fiction, I think you learn by doing. For me personally, it's what I always knew I wanted to write. And I kind of served my apprenticeship by writing a lot of really bad novels, frankly, until I learned it well enough to write better ones.
Can you share with our listeners your beginnings as a writer?
I was just someone who was always writing. I think according to my mom, we'll take her word for it, my memory's not so great. I attempted my first novel when I was 8. We don't have any remnants of it, so I'm not sure. I was one of those people who was always reading, always working on short stories. As a teenager, I spent some time with really bad poetry, so we'll be happy I got out of that. And then I actually sold my first novel when I was 20, so I am one of the younger authors, and it was the summer between my high school and college year that I drafted my first novel, a romantic suspense novel. Then I found a book that is published by Catherine Falk called How to Write and Sell a Romance Novel, and I followed the guidelines in it and was extremely lucky to find a publisher who was interested in the novel, though I did have to do extensive rewrite. I basically spent 3 years working with an editor, making the novel appropriate to be published, and that's a lot of how I learned how to write too, was the feedback from them, and my career has kind of grown out of that.
So you really were off and running after that first book?
Exactly, though it took a lot of rewrites, more revisions in the first few books. Like I would rewrite a novel 5 or 6 times. Now I pretty much do my 2 drafts, and I feel content with it.
So how has your life changed as a result of the success of these suspense novels?
Well, one of the neatest things for me is that I can now be a full-time writer. Writing is like any art form. You pay your dues as a starving artist. When I was first writing books, well, first I was a student, so I would write them during the week and do all my studying on the weekends, so I'd have the time. Even after selling 4 novels, with limited genre novels, I couldn't afford to do that full time. I actually worked as a business consultant for 2 years, and I wrote my books from 11 p.m. till 1 in the morning, which I'm not completely sure how I ever did. So one of the best parts about achieving success is now this is really what I can do full time. I don't need the extraneous things anymore. I get up every morning and go down to my office and play with a bunch of fictional people. And for me personally, that really is a dream come true.
And what are you working on now, Lisa?
I am now working on the 5th novel, a book that will come out in 2002 called The Survivors Club. It's set here in Providence. It is about 3 women who survive the brutal attack of a serial rapist. Then on his opening day of his trial, he is assassinated, and they all become suspects in his murder.
How do you sleep at night?
I don't know. I read a lot of scary stuff, but so far, I guess, because I'm always looking at it as fiction, that helps.
And so what is a day like in the life of Lisa Gardner?
I'm a morning writer. I like to get downstairs to my office. I have an office in a basement, but it's a daylight basement overlooking my yard. And I like to try to get out some probably 10 pages or so before I wake up too much and really have to think about it. And then generally in the afternoons, I like to play tennis or garden, or I have a dog and 2 cats I'm fairly crazy about, so I play with them as well, spend some time with my husband.
And what brought you to Providence from the Pacific Northwest?
I went to school back east at the University of Pennsylvania, And then I joined a Boston consulting firm, and then I fell in love with a Rhode Islander, so that brought me here.
If one of our listeners had an idea or was working on a suspense novel or even a mystery, what sort of advice could you give them to help that come to fruition?
The best thing any aspiring writer can do is read, and read a lot. That's how you learn about the genre. That's how you learn about the craft. That's how you learn what you feel makes a really good book. Then the second element when you're doing all this reading is to also just keep writing. There are wonderful resources out there, everything from books, how to publish a darn good novel, to generally through your community college or a local group. You can find a writers group such as Mystery Writers of America, Romance Writers of America, and they will have local resources for an aspiring writer, conferences, workshops, that sort of thing for when you're ready to get serious about completing the novel and selling the novel.
And where do you see yourself 10 years from now?
I'm hoping I will see myself in my office still churning out novels. Who knows what ideas I'll come up with by then. This really is what I love to do, and I'm very thrilled to be able to do it.
What was the experience of having one of your novels turned into a television movie? What was that like, and were you in any way involved as a scriptwriter?
That experience was really a lot of fun. It was my fourth romantic suspense novel at the midnight hour. It aired on CBS. I was not involved at all, as generally the case when you're a smaller author. You're not a big boy like a Stephen King or a John Grisham. Most of the experience happens off stage. I would get faxes every now and then from the production company telling me about casting, telling me when it would air. That was really my only level of involvement. It really was just the cool factor to get to see it on TV. I invited over a lot of family and friends. We ate a lot of junk food, and we really had a very good time. It was fascinating to see the things they kept in and the things they changed, and to watch a bunch of actors and actresses, kind of personify, characters that for the longest time had been, fiction to me.
What would you say is the key to your success?
I'm a very disciplined person, very goal-oriented, I guess is maybe even the better phrase. I've always known I wanted to be a writer, and even when I didn't know how that would come about, I just kept doing it. I was writing things from short stories to poetry, and then when I did stumble upon a resource guide, how to publish a romance novel, which made the steps more concrete, I took that seriously, and I stuck with it, and I've kept going. I think one of the hardest things in this business is the perseverance.
Well, I would like to thank you, Lisa, for taking time out of your busy work schedule to visit with us today to talk about The Third Victim. And we look forward to reading and listening to your other books on Recorded Books of the future.
It's been a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you very much.
For Recorded Books, this is Denise Longtoe.
You've been listening to The Author Talks, a conversation with Lisa Gardner, hosted by Denise Longtoe. Recorded Books is pleased to offer an unabridged recording of The Third Victim, narrated by C.J. Critt. You'll find a wide selection of titles on cassette and CD in the Recorded Books catalog, so call us toll-free using the telephone number found on this package. On our website, you can browse the catalog, hear about the latest releases, or tune into narrator profiles and other author interviews, so visit us there at www.recordedbooks.com. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
空が青く広がる君と歩くこの道過去を振り返らずに未来へ進んでゆこう新しい風が吹いて僕らを導くよどんな暗闇も君となら怖くない手を取り合って新しい世界へ行こう から過去の痛みを背負って僕らは強くなったどんな未来も怖くない君となら進める新しい風が吹いて僕らを導くよどんな暗闇も君となら怖くない手を取り合って新しい世界へ行こ
lifelong residents of Tillamook, which is a small coastal dairy community. I spent my summers there growing up on their farm, and it was just a really special, neat place, kind of a slice of small-town Americana that I think we're all somewhat nostalgic for now, but also just a really neat experience. And I just wanted to bring that to the novel, and I wanted to show that strength of community and how it can also bring us together and also tear us apart.
What was the most difficult challenge for you personally in writing this book?
The most difficult time I had writing this novel is that I started it actually 4 months before Columbine. And I had just been doing all this research. I had been speaking to experts in both the field of mass murder and in juvenile violence. And then I came home from running errands one day, and my husband was like, "You won't believe what's on TV." And it just struck so close to home to have to watch Columbine, because it was literally the night before when I had spoken to an expert in juvenile mass murders who had said that it is not a matter of if, it's only a matter of when that we will have the next shooting. And after just reading so much and how they could have been prevented, things that we need to be aware of, to see it happening again and on such a huge scale was so disheartening. And for a while I had to put the book away. It became too real. It wasn't fiction anymore, and that made it too difficult to write.
Do you think a book like this actually helps, or does it encourage these situations?
It's a good question. It was important to me that it actually help and not encourage the situation. I didn't want to give a lot of details about how Danny got the guns, for instance. I didn't want anyone read this and to get ideas for how one could break into a gun safe. I tried not to give a lot of details about how weapons got into the school or how things were done, because I didn't want to encourage it. My goal was to try to give people, much like myself or you or any of our listeners, an idea of why this is happening, and that there are some steps, some very practical steps we can all take to be on the lookout for juveniles who are at risk for mass murder, or, be aware of our own children, nieces, nephews, grandchildren, whatever, and the warning signs so that we can help them proactively and not keep having to experience these events on the news.
How long did the book take you to write, Lisa?
This book took me a long time. Well, I'm trying to think of it myself. I guess in the end it was a year and a half, because I started it, stopped, and then eventually did go back to it. I just needed to take a break after Columbine, and of course there was concern on my publisher's part of whether we should continue with this project, then what was the best way of continuing with the project. This whole issue of would it be a book that would encourage school shooting was an issue, and was something we all spent a great deal of time discussing. So this book was one of the longer books for me.
Lisa, you've written 2 prior thrillers that have been very successful, The Other Daughter and The Perfect Husband. Could you tell our listeners a little bit about each book in case they were interested in going out and reading them?
Certainly. The Perfect Husband is my first novel. It takes place in Massachusetts. It was actually based on kind of an extension of Ted Bundy's life. I don't know how many listeners are aware, but Ted Bundy, while he was in prison, did marry and father a child. And I became very interested in what would happen if you got to go through the rest of your life as the ex-wife of a serial killer. That was the genesis for The Perfect Husband. In this case, the wife actually figures out that her husband is a serial killer, helps put him in prison, and in return he breaks out of prison and seeks her out with the intent of killing her for revenge. And that is also the novel that first introduces Pierce Quincy as the FBI agent trying to help protect the wife and prevent Jim Beckett from killing again. The Other Daughter looks at the second half of this equation. What would happen if you were the child of a serial killer? It is also set in Boston and has to do with Melanie Stokes, who is adopted, or she's abandoned at the hospital with no memory of her past, is adopted by a wealthy couple in Boston, believes she has the perfect life until 15 years later when a tabloid reporter shows up and alleges that she is actually the daughter of a serial killer executed in Texas and that he believes her parents bartered her in exchange for the death of their own daughter. And that gets that book off and running. It's a very intense read about family dynamics and that the things that you don't know can kill you.
What drew you to this particular genre? I know you began as a romance writer. Was it the commercial appeal of it?
No, as a romance writer, I was always doing romantic suspense. So there was always a suspense element in the novels. And 13 books later, it was really the suspense aspect that started to appeal to me more and more. And I just wanted to delve deeper into that. And I also read a lot of suspense, so that got me more interested in it as well. And I think it's just a natural evolution for an artist that at a certain stage we want to try something different. And that's what brought me to suspense.
What sort of books do you like to read? And I assume you read a great deal in this particular genre to keep yourself on your toes. Is that true?
I read a great deal. I've always been a huge reader. I read a great deal of both thrillers and also true crime as well. Anne Rule is one of my favorite novels. I also read a lot of homicide textbooks, but I don't recommend that as much to your average listener. I'm a big fan of John Sanford.
Who we've interviewed here. I interviewed him about a month ago.
Oh, that must have been fun.
Yes, it was. He's a very, very interesting writer.
Let's see, I also read a lot of Jeffrey Deaver, Thomas Harris, Patricia Cornwell. I'm reading Nelson DeMille right now and enjoying that a great deal. Tammy Hoag, Iris Johansson. There's just some wonderful thriller writers out there right now.
Now, is Gardner your real name or is it a tip of the hat to Earl Stanley?
Gardner is a pseudonym, but I grew up reading a ton of Earl Stanley Gardner, and that is partly what helped me come up with the name Gardner.
Either that or the Boston Gardners, but I didn't think it was that.
No, actually, since I'm an Oregonian, I was not aware of the Boston Gardners.
So, what kind of rewriting do you do? To tell us about that.
It generally takes me personally a few iterations to get a novel right. I come up with an idea, I do some research, I'll draft the novel. The drafting part can be fairly quick, 3 or 4 months. But generally in drafting, it's all your first ideas. And I think for thrillers, when you need that tight feel, you need things that are keeping the reader guessing, you have to go kind of, at least for me, I need to go back through the novel to get that degree of tightness and to come up with the unexpected. So I will spend another 3 to 4 months rewriting the novel.
And what's the most important ingredient in a suspense novel?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I'm going to guess pacing. To be a true thriller, it really needs to be that edge of your seat. Each chapter makes you desperate for what will happen in the next chapter. These books are designed to be one-sitting reads, to put you on that roller coaster ride.
And can anyone essentially learn it since it is a craft?
I think popular fiction, more than any other genre, you have to teach yourself. We do lots of courses anymore for literary writing, for the great American novel. But if what you're interested in is, so-called pulp fiction, I think you learn by doing. for me personally, it's what I always knew I wanted to write. And I kind of served my apprenticeship by writing a lot of really bad novels, frankly, until I learned it well enough to write better ones.
Can you share with our listeners your beginnings as a writer?
I was just someone who was always writing. I think according to my mom, we'll take her word for it, my memory's not so great. I attempted my first novel when I was 8. We don't have any remnants of it, so I'm not sure. I was one of those people who was always reading, always working on short stories. As a teenager, I spent some time with really bad poetry, so we'll be happy I got out of that. And then I actually sold my first novel when I was 20, so I am one of the younger authors, and it was the summer between my high school and college year that I drafted my first novel, a romantic suspense novel. Then I found a book that is published by Catherine Falk called How to Write and Sell a Romance Novel, and I followed the guidelines in it and was extremely lucky to find a publisher who was interested in the novel, though I did have to do extensive rewrite. I basically spent 3 years working with an editor, making the novel appropriate to be published, and that's a lot of how I learned how to write too, was the feedback from them, and my career has kind of grown out of that.
So you really were off and running after that first book?
Exactly, though it took a lot of rewrites, more revisions in the first few books. Like I would rewrite a novel 5 or 6 times. Now I pretty much do my 2 drafts, and I feel content with it.
So how has your life changed as a result of the success of these suspense novels?
Well, one of the neatest things for me is that I can now be a full-time writer. Writing is like any art form. You pay your dues as a starving artist. When I was first writing books, well, first I was a student, so I would write them during the week and do all my studying on the weekends, so I'd have the time. Even after selling 4 novels, with limited genre novels, I couldn't afford to do that full time. I actually worked as a business consultant for 2 years, and I wrote my books from 11 p.m. till 1 in the morning, which I'm not completely sure how I ever did. So one of the best parts about achieving success is now this is really what I can do full time. I don't need the extraneous things anymore. I get up every morning and go down to my office and play with a bunch of fictional people. And for me personally, that really is a dream come true.
And what are you working on now, Lisa?
I am now working on the 5th novel, a book that will come out in 2002 called The Survivors Club. It's set here in Providence. It is about 3 women who survive the brutal attack of a serial rapist. Then on his opening day of his trial, he is assassinated, and they all become suspects in his murder.
How do you sleep at night?
I don't know. I read a lot of scary stuff, but so far, I guess, because I'm always looking at it as fiction, that helps.
And so what is a day like in the life of Lisa Gardner?
I'm a morning writer. I like to get downstairs to my office. I have an office in a basement, but it's a daylight basement overlooking my yard. And I like to try to get out some probably 10 pages or so before I wake up too much and really have to think about it. And then generally in the afternoons, I like to play tennis or garden, or I have a dog and 2 cats I'm fairly crazy about, so I play with them as well, spend some time with my husband.
And what brought you to Providence from the Pacific Northwest?
I went to school back east at the University of Pennsylvania, and then I joined a Boston consulting firm, and then I fell in love with a Rhode Islander, so that brought me here.
If one of our listeners had an idea or was working on a suspense novel or even a mystery, what sort of advice could you give them to help that come to fruition?
The best thing any aspiring writer can do is read, and read a lot. That's how you learn about the genre. That's how you learn about the craft. That's how you learn what you feel makes a really good book. Then the second element when you're doing all this reading is to also just keep writing. There are wonderful resources out there, everything from books, how to publish a darn good novel, to generally through your community college or a local group. You can find a writers group such as Mystery Writers of America, Romance Writers of America, and they will have local resources for an aspiring writer, conferences, workshops, that sort of thing for when you're ready to get serious about completing the novel and selling the novel.
And where do you see yourself 10 years from now?
I'm hoping I will see myself in my office still churning out novels. Who knows what ideas I'll come up with by then. This really is what I love to do, and I'm very thrilled to be able to do it.
What was the experience of having one of your novels turned into a television movie? What was that like, and were you in any way involved as a scriptwriter?
That experience was really a lot of fun. It was my fourth romantic suspense novel at the midnight hour. It aired on CBS. I was not involved at all, as generally the case when you're a smaller author. You're not a big boy like a Stephen King or a John Grisham. Most of the experience happens off stage. I would get faxes every now and then from the production company telling me about casting, telling me when it would air. That was really my only level of involvement. It really was just the cool factor. To get to see it on TV, I invited over a lot of family and friends. We ate a lot of junk food, and we really had a very good time. It was fascinating to see the things they kept in and the things they changed, and to watch a bunch of actors and actresses, kind of personify, characters that for the longest time had been, fiction to me.
What would you say is the key to your success?
I'm a very disciplined person, very goal-oriented, I guess is maybe even the better phrase. I've always known I wanted to be a writer, and even when I didn't know how that would come about, I just kept doing it. I was writing things from short stories to poetry, and then when I did stumble upon a resource guide, how to publish a romance novel, which made the steps more concrete, I took that seriously, and I stuck with it, and I've kept going. I think one of the hardest things in this business is the perseverance.
Well, I would like to thank you, Lisa, for taking time out of your busy work schedule to visit with us today to talk about The Third Victim. And we look forward to reading and listening to your other books on Recorded Books of the future.
It's been a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you very much.
For Recorded Books, this is Denise Longtoe.
You've been listening to The Author Talks, a conversation with Lisa Gardner, hosted by Denise Longtoe. Recorded Books is pleased to offer an unabridged recording of The Third Victim, narrated by C.J. Critt. You'll find a wide selection of titles on cassette and CD in the Recorded Books catalog, so call us toll-free using the telephone number found on this package. On our website, you can browse the catalog, hear about the latest releases, or tune into narrator profiles and other author interviews, so visit us there at www.recordedbooks.com. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.